気づかないふり絶対的な虚実と真珠そうやって手詳しい傷の切り売りもろく叫ぶ集体そんなあなたにおすすめ最高級の逃避行やがて完璧なものにすられてものからするわれるもないや正気の逆手をやっていけないこのシャバシュあえて寿司なぬ顔にを任せるのが最適解言葉で語った花束も心を奪えば本物か全てが変わっていくような事象にご招待さらばどんな時代にあつらえた見てくるの微弱性いやいや本当の自分で騙されるやたらとうるさい心臓の鼓動先は不穏にないなっているすり減れ耐久性目の前の支障かわしつつ生きるので手いっぱい誰か助けてねだんだん眠くなる朝かなめすまらいつ目の前で揺らく効果浮かなくなるかなたどんなに今日生き抜いても報われぬ思い出いやいやもうもっとみたいなサイクルで惰性の瞬間を続けているのだ希望ないならばなおさらしょうがねえ言えない女ないて諦めてあまりもんで勝負するのか定めこんな時代にあつらえた見てくれの微弱性本当の自敗で騙されるやたらとうるさい心臓の鼓動賛美はもう意味ないなっている偽の旅すらせ現実を着視しすぎると沈め石じゃなだから適当にね
I am in deep personal distress. It's Shinji's birthday, Shinji Kamiyazuki's birthday, and I already promised that I would finish all of the Apollo Justice today. I gotta get him a present. Oh, I don't even know what he'd want. Oh. I love him so much and he deserves everything. He deserves so much happiness in his entire life. Oh, my baby. My silly baby. You'll get to learn all about him in my birthday stream in 2 weeks' time. I love him. I love him so much. He's a manga exclusive character, so if you've only watched the anime, you'll have no idea he exists. But I love him, and he deserves everything he's ever wanted. What is going on with me? Let's see. I need to fix up that thing because I joined a Zine for the first time. It's pretty cool, right? Pretty cool. A zine. I call it a zine because I've never heard anyone say it out loud. But I've been told that it's actually pronounced zine, which I think is bullshit because that's not as nice of a word. And next week will be the last song in the third, and then we're moving on to doing duet songs. Hi Pano, hi people, hi. Just talking about the things that are going on with me, you know, the cool things that are going on with me. the stream announcement. I didn't even think about that. End of Just Ice. End of Just Ice. Just Ice. That's how I remember to spell justice. Just Ice. Yeah, that's good enough. You don't need anything fancy from me. I'm not funny. Not this early in the morning. That's not true. I'm so cool in every single conceivable way, and I can't believe you'd even say that to me, you. Can't believe. Can you hear this guy right now? Jeez. I should do that because I don't know what the time zone is. What? So, I am going to a convention in, wow, Jesus, fucking, in 3 weeks. It's gonna be great. Hopefully I don't spend a ridiculous amount of money this time, because every single con that I've gone to this year, I've spent $500. I should really limit myself sometimes, shouldn't I? I should really limit myself. I can't decide who I want to dress up as, because I have a Celestia Ludenberg cosplay, but Ronaldo is so much more comfortable, and I want to cosplay Ronaldo, because then I can bring Luke with me, and then people can be like, oh my god, seriously? Hi, Raiders. Hi, my pretty Raiders. Hi, Bob. How are you? How are things going? We just started. What were you doing? Hi, Atlas. Hi, my beautiful, beautiful people. We're gonna get started. Yes, Bob always reads really, really early in the stream because I assume they start way, way earlier than I do. But that's just a time zone thing. We're gonna get started. I just need to fix a thing on the shed, the printable standee of tenor. I need that. Thank you. That's not what I was trying to find though. Where's the fucking link that I need? What channel was the link posted in? No, it would have been... Where's the fucking announcements? There it is. Yes, I need the Google Docs, so I need to edit them because... I'm your favorite! Oh my god, really? I'm so cool that I'm people's favorite. Oh wow, you flatter me. Oh my god, I've been awake for 3 hours. Come on, don't need to be pushing my ego that hard. Oh my god. Where the fuck's my name on this thing? Anyway, I was talking about how it's my favorite character's birthday today, and I'm sad that I can't celebrate for him because I'm busy streaming. And how I joined a zine, an art zine. Why isn't my name on this list? Where the fuck? Is it a different fucking Word document that I need to look at? Yes, it is. This one? Because that other one's bullshit. Okay, well, I can't fucking find it. I'm just gonna have to tell them I can't find my fucking little thing. It's not here. What? Where did I find it before? There it is. There, right at the top, because I'm cool like that. 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 Anyway, how are you guys going? How are things? My cover released today. My covers always release at like my covers always release at like midnight because I don't want to have to fucking set an actual time for anything that I do. So I just have everything release at midnight on my socials. But the cover that released is with Yokane Ruko and Geki Yaku, and it's for Mesmerizer. Personally, I was not the biggest Mesmerizer fan for a little while, but it's starting to grow on me a little bit. Because you know, I'm not a huge Hatsune Miku fan, you know? Like, she's pretty, and she does have some good songs, but I don't think some people really know how to use her, so I think she sounds kind of bad sometimes. But that's just my personal opinion on the matter. But the more I listen to the song, the more I'm like, okay, yeah, this is actually not bad at all, and I can definitely see how it got so popular in the first place. But a cover that released, because I knew that I wanted to use Geki Yaku for the song, and I really like Ruko, so I guess we just go with Ruko. We just go with Ruko, you know. But that's all up, and then next week will be another Geki Yaku song, which it's fine. I'm not sure if I'm super into it, but it'll be fine. That's okay. You should definitely go eat some dinner. Seriously. Clearly, you were hard at work. You were streaming. Like, I'm cool babysitting the people who have decided to stay. It's my favorite pastime. You get to listen to me now, guys. Forget about that other streamer you were hanging out with. This guy, he's got jokes. I did stream for 10 hours last week. It was, I didn't even realize it had gone that long. But today might end up being another 10 hours. You want to yell at objection at them? Alex, that's the guy you came with. You gotta let him eat food. Look. I know that I'm great dinner time entertainment, but some people have like people that they're like hanging out with instead of sitting in a stream with someone while they eat dinner. I don't. But you know, that's just me. Okay, but I'm running out of things to talk about, so, the pseudo justice. Let's get the fuck on with you. Whoop. Yay! We have mysteries to solve. So many. I'm so excited. I'm so excited because we are on... No. What kind of fucking autosave is that? No, we're on here. Okay, so I know which characters appear in this because I was scrolling through Showdown Time. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. What? I was in the middle of a sentence. I lost. It's only a game of poker. A game I played for a long time. And only lost twice. Twice? Who was the first? The man I killed, of course. Well, seems I found the partner I've been looking for all along. Over a game of cards. Why yes! Over a game of cards. That was how we first met 7 years ago. Seven years earlier. Yee! I'm so excited. I'm doing this for you, Shinji, I swear. I'll wish you a happy birthday all day. I promise. I've got lawyers to lawyer, you understand. Whew! Okay. Oh, wow, I don't have to deal with doing Apollo's voice today. We're really in the big leagues now. It's been a long time since I felt like such a rookie. Gotta try to relax. Enigma, oh my god. Hi sir, it's a pleasure to meet you, sir. Have I told you how much I love magicians? No? Okay. Ah, good morning, Mr. Enigma. I'm sorry to have sprung this on you so suddenly. I received the files from your previous attorney only yesterday. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure I'm prepared. I understand. I am asking the impossible of you. Yes, well, you haven't really told me what happened yet. All we did was play cards. And that was enough. Actually, it wasn't, trust me. Hi, Trucy. Oh, she's so tiny. I want to put my hand on her shoulders. Oh, tiny girl. Oh, children. She's so cute. How do I do a little girl's voice though? This is what I struggled with when we were doing Pearl. Oh, morning, Daddy. Oh, I'm so glad you came. You okay, Daddy? They picking on you. I'm fine, as always. This old boy here is to help me, after all. That's young man to you. God, you and Apollo have so much in common. Good morning. That's a cute outfit you have on. Thanks. My first show's today, after all. Oh, I'm sure it is. What the heck is she talking about? Oh, old boy. Huh? Me? Look what he's started. Here. It seems fate's clock will make me wait a little longer. At least, only less than 10 swift minutes remain. To all those who have supported me in my life's work, I give thanks. Farewell. What's this? I don't know. I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. They said it was really important. What's this? A memo for you or some such? Oh, from the looks of it. What is this? Looks like a page from someone's diary. I'll give it a read later. Huh. Well, how do you feel about the trial today? Well, we got through it, somehow. Incidentally, the prosecutor today is a new guy, I hear. Ah, an easy win then, yes. I'm calling him a true thoroughbred in the history of the prosecutor's office. Really? I feel like you've had several of those, though. Of course, there's one of those every year. Yeah, exactly what I was thinking. The switching of attorneys just before the trial. I know it is a difficult situation I put you in. But, allow me to say one thing, Mr. Wright. Yeah? They will not be able to pronounce me guilty today. So do your best, but do not worry. First time a defendant's ever given me a pep talk. I'll do what I can. I see you do not understand. You see, it will be impossible for them to declare a verdict. Impossible? Yes, isn't that right, Trucy?
Yup, you bet, Daddy.
My first look at the case was only yesterday, and the information I was given was a tad bit lacking, to be honest. Still, I'll do what I can for their sake. I believe the curtains will be lifting any time now. I am in your capable hands, Mr. Wright. My client is a shady enigma. Sure he is. Known to the world as Zach Gramarye. A wildly popular magician, star of the troupe Gramarye. His mentor, Magnifique Gramarye, was a rare breed of magician. He single-handedly ushered in a golden age of stage magic until he was shot dead. And Zach Gramarye was the suspect. I see. Interesting. Sub Gavin, you look stupid with short hair. Court is now in session for the trial of Shady Enigma. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Okay, I like his shirt though. That's a good shirt. You look kind of stupid with that haircut though. Maybe like grow out the back a little bit. That'll help even it out. Is the prosecution ready? I was just thinking, is this what all the fuss is about? A bit of a buzzkill, really. Buzzkill? Is this some kind of crime? What is the worst? This is a trial, yeah. Where are the sweaty palms, the pounding hearts? Gavanier's concert got 10 times the thrill this geek's got. Who were you again? Calavia Gavin. I came to get the party started. Legally, yeah. Gavin? Defense attorney Christoph Gavins. Figures my bros got some bros more famous in this part of town. Calavia Gavin. Lead singer of the mega hit band, the Gaviniers. I'm surprised you know that. You're out of your league, rock boy. Well, Phoenix. Wow, Phoenix. I didn't know you had that in you. The prosecutors. God, why are they always able to read your mind? I don't know what you're thinking. You're out of your league, rock boy. True, my debut single, 13 Years, Hard Time for Love, went platinum overnight. But that's just a hobby to me compared to this, yeah. Talkative, aren't you? I like your affected Euro rock accent, by the way. I'm just getting warmed up. Attorney, right. Mr. Attorney, right? What the fuck did you... What? Don't say that. That's weird. I'm sorry. Perhaps you would be so kind as to fill us in on this case. Hook tongue, baby. Time to call on the opening act. What was his name again? Detective Gumshoe! Hi, darling, I've missed you. He looks so bad and I love him. Kisses him. And you are? Hey, you're the one who called me up here, sir. Name's Dick Gumshoe. I'm a homicide detective down at the precinct. Why do you look like you've got a spotlight shining directly on your face in a way that makes your skin look real bad? Detective Gumshoe, long time no see. Really? I thought you were seeing him every other month. You stopped running into him at some point, did you, Phoenix? Hey, you! Huh? Me? Today's the day, pal! Today, I win and you lose. I got confidence in my testimony today, see? What? You normally lack confidence in your testimony? I am getting lightheaded by being this excited in the morning. Detective. This is my stage. Can the antics. Huh? All this hey youing and such. And I could care less about your history. I'm sorry, you're missing the N and T there. It's you couldn't care less about your history. Very well, Detective Gumshoe, if you would. Please tell us about the case at hand. It happened 6 days back in a room at the General Hospital. Wow. The facts are as simple as they come. Here's the crime scene. The victim was a patient asleep in the hospital bed. The killer comes in, puts a pistol to his forehead, and bam, lights out. Them's the facts. Not so long ago, the victim, Magnifique Marie, was a famous man. He had the entire country under his magical spell, as it were. Ah, yes, the great magician. He retired years ago, though. Say the name Magnifique to one of my generation, and you'd be lucky to get a blank stare. Yes, though I'm sure the youngsters today know his disciples even better. I dare say Troupe Cramerie has made quite a name for themselves. Anyhow, the retired Magnifique's been in the hospital for the last year. What was it? Mall ignorant tutor or something? Doing something to his liver, I think. Oh, he's got a tumor, okay. Malignant tumor, perhaps? In other words, he had liver cancer. He had only 3 months left to live, in fact. The facts do seem simple enough. But something's not right. The victim was already climbing a 3-month stairway to heaven. Why not wait for him to knock, knock, knock on heaven's door? Why shoot him? I wouldn't have put it quite so lyrically, but that's true. Why make the effort to commit murder when the victim was about to die? Incidentally, the victim had a serious case of diabetes. Diabetes? In fact, he was about to shoot up with insulin. When he was shot with a pistol, the syringe was found in the crime scene. Chronic diabetes and cancer. As much as it pains me to say it, the victim was clearly at the end of his life. I see. I believe the question before us is clear then. Why did the shooter have to shoot? Why did the killer have to shoot this dying man? What reason could he have? Very well, detective. Perhaps you can enlighten us as to the circumstances of the shooting. Yes, sir! Oh, Gumshoe, they could have done a way better job at colouring you, but I'm just so glad you're here. Kisses his forehead. Actually, the victim kind of ordered the defendant to do him in. A few days before it happened, the victim sent a letter ordering his own murder. Assisted suicide. The defendant did what was asked of him and shot the old man in the forehead. The bullet was fired from the pistol found at the scene, no doubt about it. And the pistol definitely belonged to the old man, sir. What? You're saying the victim ordered his own shooting? I mean, yeah, it makes sense. You're dying of cancer and diabetes. Those are the facts. I have here the letter in question. To my beloved student, Zach. Very unusual indeed. Although, could such a thing as a letter really cause one to pull a trigger, I wonder? I believe the answer to the question can be found at the end of the letter. Ah, you cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. Detective Gumshoe, can you explain this to the court? Unfortunately, even the defendant won't say a peep about that bit, sir. One thing bothers me about this. Why didn't he just say 11? Why have him come at 11:05 without some specific reason? The devil is in the details, attorney. Well, was there some reason? As it turns out, there was. Every night, for half an hour, starting at 11, the victim, Magnifique Amelie, was given an IV. An IV. There it is in the picture, off to the side of the bed. At 11, a doctor would come in and set up the IV. 30 minutes later, he would come back for the empty bag. This happened every night without fail. So that was the only time they could meet without the chance of an untimely interruption during his IV. Very well, shall we begin? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you would. Is this reason he couldn't refuse, I wonder? He could have at least mentioned it to me. Actually, I do want to read that letter properly.
Hi, Gumshoe. Hi, Gumshoe. Hi, Gumshoe.
To you I entrust the task of lowering my life's curtain. Come on the 13th, 11:05 p.m. I will ready a gun with which you will shoot one shot square in the forehead. You cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. Interesting. Will make me wait a little longer, at least only less than 10 swift minutes remain. To all those who have supported me in my life's work, I give thanks, farewell. So, this is implying that that's the suicide note. This is implying that this is what Zach received, and why he shot him. Okay. Tumor in the liver has progressed to the final stage with no hope of recovery. Patient has 3 months left to live. Patient has chronic diabetes, requires regular insulin. Actually, the victim kind of ordered the defendant to do it. I forgot that they changed your voice, and Phoenix, it sounds bad, and I wish they hadn't. Yeah, it's not bad. I'm sorry to the actor. It's not that it's not that you sound bad. It's that I'm not used to it since I just went like 30 hours of a different voice entirely. Just because he got the letter doesn't mean he went through with it. Oh, I disagree. The victim was indeed shot in the forehead after all, just as he commanded. It could be a setup. But let's not be in such a hurry. Maybe we should let the witness talk for a change. Thanks, pal. Fine. I can play it slow, as well, as I can play it fast. On with the testimony, Detective Gumshoe. Before it happened, the victim was sent a letter ordering him. And this letter was sent to them by the victim. There it is! Gotcha! You're all mine this time, pal! Huh? I had my handwriting checked out, of course. It's the victim's no mistake. Ah, I see. Score 1 for the boys. I didn't lose, I was ascertaining the facts. So why am I so annoyed? Because he's treating it like a competition. Oh, Gumshoe, I've missed you. Emma's fine, but she's not this fun. But a letter ordering your own death? Things aren't what they used to be, I guess. I'm not sure this is exactly commonplace even now, Your Honor. So anyway, guess I'll keep going while I'm ahead. The defendant did as he asked and shot the old man in the forehead. Bullet was fired from the pistol found at the scene, no doubt about it. You mean the pistol, the one at the crime scene? That's the one! It's a funny looking gun, but there's no mistaking it. We compared the bullet taken from the victim's skull with a bullet fired from this gun. I prefer ballistic markings over rifling marks. And the bullets were a perfect match. So, you verified the murder weapon, in other words? You bet we did! Pistol definitely belonged to the old man. Why are you so certain? What pile of sand has your head been stuck in all this time, pal? You never heard of Zack and Valant's quick draw shoot 'em? Huh? What's that? One of the defendant's specialties. Zack and Valant stand on either end of the side of the girl, then they shoot. But the bullets don't hit her. Instead, they hit everything else on stage. This was one of the pistols they used in their show. But a great design, huh? The kids love it. It is a gorgeous gun. Many boys and girls joined the police because of that pistol, I hear. You know, that would explain a lot about the police force. Troop Marie stopped doing that act a while ago. The old man held onto that pistol ever since. The court would like to see the pistol in question. You've got it, sir. Here she is. Well, this truly is a blast from the past. It's a stage pistol for magic shows, see, but it can fire real bullets. Looks so much bigger in real life than on TV. Yeah, but it can only hold one round. By the way, the pistol's firing chamber is empty. And it shows traces of having been fired recently. So were any fingerprints found in the gun? Unfortunately, no. Of course, the defendant is known for wearing gloves. We might say that the lack of fingerprints is in fact a fingerprint in and of itself. Aha! Intriguing point, well made. Whoa, whoa. Not well made, not intriguing. In any case, the court accepts this evidence. So pretty. My grandchild will get a kick out of seeing this. But now it's time to return to our testimony. I didn't have time to gather all the details before coming here. This testimony might be the only full source of information I get. But pay attention and read this letter carefully. Defendant shot the old man in the forehead. Bullet was fired. This is the only one I haven't pressed yet. How can you be so sure? Hey? You gotta learn to stop relying on people to do your thinking for you, pal. Learn to think for yourself. Get that noggin cracking. You failed to grasp the concept of questioning, detective. First, we got this letter. It says shoot in the forehead loud and clear. I can see that, but I still wouldn't do it. Well, maybe you need to grow yourself a backbone, pal. You failed to grasp the concept of shooting people is bad, detective. We also found the defendant's pistol at the scene. Traces of gunpowder residue shows that it had been fired recently. Well, Mr. Wright? Far as I could tell, from looking at this photo, seems to be no issues with the prosecution's claim. Photo. Maybe there's something in there I can use. So they're saying that the defendant shot the victim in the forehead. I think there's a hole in the prosecution's argument. Clearly Mr. Nigma shot something else because of the clown there. Because you also have to consider the fact that if he was shot square on the forehead, where's all the blood? It's because it's not just a case of this game isn't going to show me blood, because I know that they will. Looking at this photo, another possibility occurs to me. Yes. What does this letter tell us? That the defendant had a reason he couldn't refuse his teacher's wishes. Bingo, pal! That's why the defendant popped him one on the forehead. That's such a weird way of saying that, but sure. Oh, the defense disagrees. You see, the defendant had another choice he could make. What? And you can prove it with this photo. I can prove he had a choice, yes. The defendant might have fired like he was ordered, but he didn't shoot the victim's forehead. Well, let's hear what you're thinking, Mr. Wright. If he didn't shoot the victim's forehead, what did the defendant shoot? E. So it's a different voice actor. He's got an accent, it's weird. The clown doll. Take a closer look, see? It's been shot in the forehead too. Ah, there's a hole in its forehead. Yes, and a hole in the prosecution's claim. And I suppose you have a reason for why he'd shoot the clown doll. He didn't just shoot the doll, he shot the doll's forehead. His forehead... Let's read the orders once more, shall we? You will shoot one shot square in the forehead. Which is exactly what he did. He shot the clown doll square in the forehead. The defense has raised an intriguing possibility. The hole in the clown's forehead, it indeed looks like it was shot. Bailiff, send someone to investigate this matter. I admit, I'm impressed. But I expected nothing less. Still, this doesn't mean he didn't shoot the victim. Perhaps he did have to shoot a forehead as ordered, but the letter says nothing about whose forehead. This was the only way he had to follow his orders without taking a life. The bullet hole in the clown doll's forehead does demand an explanation. It might very well be a clue, yet Prosecutor Gavin is right. It alone does not prove the defendant's innocence. You cannot say for sure the defendant didn't shoot the victim. So sorry, Mr. Wright. Wow, lost the air real quickly, did you? How sad it is to see the mighty fall. How sad it is to see the novice's overconfidence. He didn't realize just how big this little hole is going to get. Detective Gumshoe, please take this newfound fact into account as you continue your testimony. So what if he shot the clown? He still shot the victim, pal. So let me get this straight. You're saying my client first shot the clown, then shot the victim? Hey, not a bad summary, pal. More of a confirmation than a summary, but whatever. That was really more of a confirmation than a summary. But our defense attorney seems pleased enough with himself. Do these people ever miss a chance to mock me? Well, now that Mr. Wright's gotten that out of his system, shall we continue with the testimony? We can kind of order him to do it, da-da-da-da-da. Shot from the pistol, no doubt. Definitely shot the old man. So what? He still shot the victim? So I meant to present something, obviously. Fires one real bullet. It's such a gorgeous gun. Look at it. Look at it. Just, it's so fucking gorgeous. If you look closely, you can see how the pistol's made. Made to bend. Oh, it's a bending gun. It's a one-shot only model, and I guess this bend is where you load it. Oh, okay, so you open it. Okay, I see what you're talking about now, Phoenix. I don't know jack shit about guns. Phoenix uses power if his clothing doesn't say Barber on it. Damn. Damn. What do you mean? He's wearing a suit though. He's still got pink. He's still got that pink tie on. Which I'm not sure why we all insist that it's red. It's very clearly pink. So, this is a famous Grandmarie golden gun. They say kids used to love pretending they had one of these. I wonder if they pretend to miss their targets too. Well, here's my thing. One, it only shoots one bullet at a time. Two, there isn't blood. Where's all the blood? Right, that's what I'm thinking. The trickiest cases often seem the simplest. Prosecutor Gavin, you missed the bullet hole in the clown's forehead. If you hadn't missed that, you might have come to a very different conclusion. Understand? Yeah, but like I just said, pal, after he shot the clown in the forehead, he went and did nothing of the sort to the victim. The pistol proves he could not. The murder weapon? How? It's quite simple, Your Honor. This pistol only holds one bullet at a time. If he had shot the clown on the forehead, he couldn't have shoot the victim as well. Yeah. That's not a contradiction. Not even close. All you had to do was reload the pistol after the first shot. Oh? Where did he get the extra bullet? They're not easy to come by, you know. If you claim the defendant had one already, then prove to us how he got it. I got a feeling this wasn't over yet. No, this party's just getting started. And I haven't proven anything yet beyond my good looks and startling record sales. An utter lack of humility. What's this? It seems that the prosecution has another witness prepared. Like I said, a detective was just the warm-up act. Aww. Now that the audience has gotten a taste of what's to come, they're ready. Ready for what? For my decisive witness, of course. A witness who, you will find, can prove one thing for us. That it was Zach Granary who shot the victim in the forehead. Very well. We will pause for a 15-minute recess. This might be my lucky break. I'll need that 15 minutes to talk to my client, Zach. Court is adjourned.
Ooh. So excited. Ah,
How refreshing it is to see you again here, Gumshoe. Kisses Gumshoe on the forehead. I love him. I love you, Gumshoe. I love you, Gumshoe. Gumshoe's so wonderful. Oh, fuck. Are people trying to message me while I'm busy? It might be important. Let me check. It's not important. Fucking great. It's not important. I'm just completely fine. Cool. 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 It's not important at all. He doesn't. Gumshoe does need a cute little tail. Oh, he deserves it so much. Oh, Gumshoe, my cute little guy. I love him. Yo, you can smoke in here again. Look. Very impressive, Mr. Wright. I have to say, I expected nothing less. We've only just begun. I was hoping you could tell me a bit more about what happened, actually. I did not think you would believe me if I told you. Better that you discovered the truth for yourself. I was thinking for you. I was thinking of you, you know. I think we need less thinking and more talking. That night in the hospital, what really happened? The way your eyes gleam, Mr. Wright. You'll scare Trucy. Speaking of which, where is she? You have seen the problem yourself in the letter. The one shot in the forehead. One, right? Yes, and the reason he speaks of, I could not deny my mentor's wishes, even if it meant my own death. Why not? This is something I will not say. For now, at least. What's this for now business? I have done many things in my life. Some, well, some poorly. This is a cross we must bear alone to our graves. We? You wanted to know about the night of the incident. Finally, this guy sure likes to take his time getting to the important stuff. Of course, I had no intention of shooting my mentor. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time and found thereupon his bedside table 2 pistols. Two? Yes, the one I had used on stage, and the one that had been used by my partner, Volant. Oh, for the Zack and Volant's quick draw thing. My mentor had the look of one sleeping. I stood by his bedside, hearing only the light sound of his breathing. Then I took the pistol into my hand. I cannot deny that. My resolve faltered, then, for a moment. You faltered, you mean you thought about shooting him? Recall, there was a reason I could not refuse his request. His last such request, though not his first. So, there were other requests you couldn't refuse before? To be honest, I've not always been steadfast. and I fear I've brought pain upon Druzy. Was Magnifi coercing his disciples somehow? Interesting. Just what was going on in Troop Gamere? Yet, in the end, I did not shoot him. Instead, I turned and shot the clown. I took the pistol, and I had fired and placed it in my pocket. In your pocket? I believe if you examine the bullet in the clown's head, you will find it to be different than the one in my mentor. What were those called? Rifling marks. Yes, well, that is all I have to tell you. Concerning the case. Concerning the case? Give me the other gun, please! You mean, there's something else you can tell me? You are a fascinating man, Mr. Wright. Thanks. Yes, there was something. My mentor. His eyes opened. What? Magnifi Gramarye? The old devil. He was not asleep, you see. Of course, the gunshot would have woken him up anyway. And there, we had our last discussion. As mentor and pupil. It was not a long discussion, maybe 5-10 minutes or so. What did you talk about? Mr. Wright, did I not just tell you? It does not concern this case. Zach Gramarye seems pretty steadfast to me. Maybe just stubborn. Mr. Wright, your presence is requested in the courtroom. Once again, I am in your hands. Right. Let's get back in there. Court is now back in session. During a recess, a bullet was found in and dug out of the clown's head. Well, this is news, and the rifling marks. There wasn't time to do a detailed analysis, though they did find that the weapon type matches the murder weapon. Well, that's not very conclusive, is it? Which is why I'm about to call my very decisive witness. You're a decisive witness? How many times have I heard those words? Though they often turn out to be far less decisive than you think. Oh, don't worry on my account. I'm quite confident this witness will do the job. After all, he is intimately acquainted with the players in our little production. Valant! Being the other half of Troop Gramarye's famous duo, Zack and Valant. Valant Gramarye. So, we get to meet the great Magnifi's other disciple.
I love his little spinny thing.
Perhaps we'll start by asking your name and occupation. Valant Gramarye, magician. And you're the decisive witness, are you? You can prove your fellow student, your partner's guilt. Fate, the grand illusion, filled with traps and tricks. Wait, the shooting took place in the hospital after 11 o'clock at night. If you're a witness, does that mean you were there that night? If one were to deduce this logically, the conclusion is yes. Okay. I always get the characters, don't I? I have an interesting fact for you. You see, several days before the crime, my witness received this. That looks very familiar. Wait. That's the same letter Zack Gramarye received. Yes! Or perhaps I should say, ta-da! Oh my god, look at him. Look at his stance, look at his hair. Order, order. And What does it say? Surely not the same thing. Perhaps you should see for yourself. Come at 11:20. It does say the same thing. Huh. So, what does that mean? Maybe it was a test? That makes sense. Why, it's practically the same. The court accepts this into evidence. This is most unusual. Exactly what was going on with you folks? What exactly was your troupe grammar up to? By what you mean? I'm just having trouble envisioning a man who would ask his students to kill him. Both of them, no less. It's just my opinion, Judge. But from these letters, I'd say he was coercing them, not asking them. We walked the magician's path together, and in doing so, shared much of our lives. When people are so close, there is strain, a warping of relations, you might say. Yet, this has nothing to do with the case at hand. By which you mean you're not going to tell us. Which makes me wonder even more about the reason they couldn't refuse. Well, let's get on with the testimony for starters. The defendant, Zach Garmarie, stands accused. Tell us why. Oh, I'll do more than that. For there, where he walks, the red roses rise, singing hymns to the miracle that is magic. Fascinating, though I hardly need to remind you that the evidence could just as clearly point to you as the suspect. The letter, the murder weapon, and now the 2 bullets found at the scene. In fact, the only difference seems to be the designated time. As every magician knows, timing is everything. Yes. And now it's time to get this party fired up. Okay, 11 o'clock and 11:30, so it could really be either of them. That night, I visited the hospital room at the time McNiffy requested. The smell of gunpowder hung in the room, and my mentor had taken his final bow. I did not imagine my fellow student might have received the same instructions. Yet, a deal with the dead is still a deal. Death's sweet kiss I gave to the clown. Then I informed the doctor and the police. So you were the one who reported the crime? Indeed, I would think. This fact alone would clear my name of suspicion. Let's not jump to any conclusions. Yes, the cross-examination generally comes before the conclusions in this court. But if your testimony proves to be true, then the defendant, Zach Marie, is guilty. And if it wasn't Zach Marie, then the killer is you for that. And no disappearing act will get you out of that. At the time he requested. Which, according to the letter, was 11:20 p.m. Indeed. In magic, timing is everything. Right. Consider the illusion of teleportation. If I were to appear on stage before my stunt double has left, how would that look? Why, it would reveal the very secrets of my magic. Now that you've revealed the very secrets of your magic to all of us, let's move on. You went to the designated time, and what did you see? So, you weren't worried for your own safety at all? I mean, you smelled gunpowder, yes. What if the shooter was still nearby? I did not consider this, to be honest. It is forbidden for a magician to have a good imagination. Really? Isn't magic all about illusions and imagination? How about this? If you were the shooter, which is why you weren't afraid, now you are the one imagining. It is forbidden for a lawyer to have a good imagination. The witness will refrain from pausing so suspiciously before responding. My forbidden imagination is starting to imagine things. Which brings us back to the reason neither of you could refuse. So it does! And my partner, he did not refuse. But Magnifi wrote the same thing to you. Why could you refuse if Zack couldn't? Because I have a will of steel, of course. I also do this trick where I bend steel bars, so perhaps steel isn't also strong. So which is it? Mind if I continue? Deal with the dead is still a deal. There were 2 bullet holes at the scene. One in the victim and one in the clown. You're saying the one who shot the clown was you? No doubt my partner Zack has said much the same thing. Yeah, because whoever didn't shoot the clown committed murder. I'd better dig around here a bit more and see what I turn up. Mr. Vallant, let me ask about something else concerning the crime scene, namely the location of the pistol, the bullet in the pistol, the number of pistols. How many pistols were there when you entered the room? By which you mean what, precisely? 2 pistols were used in the Zack and Vallant quick-draw shooting, correct? 1 for each of you. You are well informed, yet only one of my old friends sat in the hospital room that night. What did Zack tell me back in the lobby? Of course, I had no intention of shooting my mentor. I snuck into the room that night at the appointed time and found there upon the bedside table 2 pistols. I took the pistol I had fired and placed it in my pocket. I see no problem with that statement. Only 1 pistol is visible in the photograph of the crime scene, after all. So you picked up that pistol and fired it? Indeed I did. Alakazam, alakazing, alakaboom. Is the number of pistols really important? Yes, it is. The number of pistols is quite important, Your Honor. Very well. Please add this detail to your testimony. What can I do but obey? Only 1 pistol was in the hospital room that night. With it, I shot the clown. So you took the only pistol there and fired it? That's correct. And that pistol was this one, which you was left at the scene of the crime. Good show. I see you, too, are a magician of sorts. And you're an idiot of sorts. Do you have any idea what you just said? I see the fire in your eyes as you glare at the witness. So, how about heating up this trial a bit? These slow ballads bore me. I've got a hunch, but maybe that's all it is. Maybe I should ask about something else. No, I'm okay. On second thought, let's run with the testimony for a while longer. And I inform the doctor and the police. So, you informed the police. What did you do then? What do you suppose I did? Used my magic to levitate my mentor's corpse, perhaps? I don't know. That's why I'm asking. Now, please answer the question and skip the sarcasm. After I made my report, I called the doctor and we returned to the room. While we waited for the police to arrive, we discussed stomach medicine. We've confirmed this with the doctor. It all checks out. He praised Mr. Vlant's knowledge on stomach medicine, in fact. Ah, it is an honor I do not deserve, but I accept. Both of McNafee's students received the same letter. Both admit to having gone to the hospital that night. 2 bullets were fired, and one of them killed McNafee. Time to find the cracks in his testimony. Okay. So, fires 1 real bullet. I'm gonna ask about some other things though, just in case, because I don't know what else would be. The bullet in the pistol. In order to shoot a pistol, you need a bullet. Where was the bullet? I entered the room and took the pistol in my hand. The bullet was already loaded, ready to fire at any time. A magician is always prepared, you see. Prepared for what? One never knows when a miracle will be called for. A magician always has 7 doves in his pocket and a white rabbit up his each sleeve. Clearly, we're dealing with professionals here. Is this bullet? Without a loaded bullet, we wouldn't have a murder. It's very important, Your Honor. Well, he can only... I merely had to pull the trigger and fire. Which would be true regardless of how many pistols were there. Okay, what about the location? I'll just go through everything and then we'll figure something out. Did I accidentally do something? Shit. Do not show fingerprints that weren't there. Maybe I should ask about something else. Where exactly was the pistol when you entered the room? Atop a small bedside table, it was. As if to say, here I am, take me into your hand, pull my trigger, shoot him. The victim clearly wanted to be shot, but why? Perhaps he wanted to go out with a bang. Yet, we will never hear the truth from his lips, so all we can do is guess. Is the location of the pistol all that important? No, it's not. What do I... don't know. Because there are contradictions, I'm just not sure how to really get to them, you know? I don't know how the game wants me to get to them. My mind is going fucking blank, Jesus Christ. Anyway, so here's the thing. So one of them shot him, and the other one shot the clown. That's all we know. What's he saying is there was already a bullet in there, which makes sense. And there was only one pistol there, which makes sense based on what... But... Valant wouldn't know that. So... Okay, so I think there being one pistol or a bullet already loaded is the way to go with this. And then present the pistol, right? That's what I'm thinking. Nope, not wrong button. No, okay. So... okay. Okay. Yeah, no, I think I'm fucking lost on this one. There's always something in these last trials that fucking get me, where it's like, what the fuck do you mean that's... What do you want me to do? I don't know. I really don't know. No, we're on the left and try hard way. So, what's... I don't even have anything to say, because, like, it all makes sense. And, like, it feels so cut and dry that it's really, really hard to say anything about it, you know? The number of pistols. Yeah, that is important. Quite important. Oh, so I was on the right track. 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 I feel like it should apply to both things though, but I was on the right track. I'm cool like that. Anyway. the number of pistols. I was on the right track from the very fucking beginning. I shouldn't second guess myself. I don't need to overthink this when Valant's standing right there. I don't care. He might be a killer and all, but like, I don't actually know if he did anything, but if he did, you know what? It just happens sometimes. I'm used to it. I'm used to it at this point. City testimony, and then I present it. R.E. According to the defendant, Zach Henry, when he entered the room, there were 2 pistols on that table. 2. One of those pistols he used to shoot the clown in the forehead, then he left with it in his pocket. Of course, this is what he would say. Unlike the hapless clown, we must assume our defendant has some brains in his head. Well, what about what Mr. Valant has told us? You see, there's something about his testimony that doesn't make sense. What might that be? I told you, I took the pistol that was there and shot the clown. That's your story, at least. But the rifling marks tell a very different story, Mr. Valant. Recall what Prosecutor Gavin told us? We compared the bullets taken from the victim's skull with a bullet fired from a gun. The rifling marks on the bullets were a perfect match. Mr. Valant, if you fired this pistol, then you shot the victim in the forehead. Order. Well, this is all rather sudden. What have I done? Prosecutor Gavin? I owe the court an apology. Sorry. Sorry for what? You see, I was unaware that 2 of these unique pistols were crafted. The analysis of the rifling marks only proved the type of gun that fired them. But that's not what you told us before. You said that you'd verified the murder weapon. Which is why I'm apologizing to you now. Quite sincerely, I might add. Would you hold me accountable for a mistake made in my youth? Well, it was kind of important, though. That was just this morning. I am still young, and I might add, it wasn't really my fault. If the defendant had only admitted he took 1 pistol from the scene of the crime, we would not be having this pleasant discussion right now. Valant Gomery. Yes, Your Honor. You were presented to the court as a decisive witness, but you've proven to be more divisive than decisive. As he should be. You'll see in time. Testimony so far has merely been a review of the facts. The proof comes next. Care to elaborate on that, Prosecutor Gavin? When Mr. Valant entered the hospital room, the victim had already been shot. As his next testimony will prove, right, the real fight is about to begin. Bring it. Very well. The witness will now testify to the court. I must determine who shot what. I arrived in the hospital room at the appointed time, which is to say 11:20 p.m. After discovering the body, I fulfilled my obligation, then called the doctor. The doctor examined the body before the police arrived. He was quite clear about the time of death, 11:10. And the one in the room at the time was my partner, not me. Okay, but the autopsy says 11 to 11:30. So it still could very well have been you, mate, considering, like, you know, those times are rather close, you have to admit. You're talking about an alibi established over a matter of minutes. To use a 10-minute discrepancy as the basis of your alibi is easy to explain in this situation, Judge. For example, take our debut hit single 13 Years Hard Time for Love. Cue to the song, press the play button, and it will play for 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Do it 100 times and the result is the same. That debut single was only 2 minutes and 15 seconds? What a rip-off. Really? That's like an average time for a song, I think. At least for a hit song these days. Magic is a world of utmost precision. Hocus Pocus requires admirable focus. And in the time of death, determined by the doctor, there is an incontrovertible truth. Very well. The prosecution warns us that we're dealing with a rather precise times, and we can expect the cross-examination to require the same level of precision. I would hope the defense refrains from customarily broad, sweeping accusations, lest we blur the focus this case has so clearly demands. Point taken. Baseless remarks will result in a penalty. Carry on, Mr. Wright. Carry on. Right. Lines if to long. I'm so cool working on projects and stuff. There, all done. Now you have my full attention, babies. I love you all, guys. You guys are all so cool, you know. You know that, right? You know that, right? Arrived in the hospital room at the appointed time. After discovering the body, you fulfilled your obligation, then called the doctor. The doctor examined the body before the police arrived. He was quite clear about the time of death being 11:10, except that doesn't mix with the autopsy report, so how do you know that? I don't think I'm stepping out on a limb to say I have some doubts about this. How could the doctor be so precise about the time? We do usually only get an estimated time of death, true. I'm not sure I've heard a verified time of death. Magic reveals in making the complex appear simple. Magic revels in making the complex appear simple. But reality is the opposite. What appears complex in this case is a simple matter of subtraction. I see another person has done their arithmetic homework. The point here is the IV the victim was taking. It's quite visible in the photograph of the scene. Recall what we heard earlier from the victim Magnifique on Marie's schedule. Every night at 11, Magnifique took an IV drip for 30 minutes. I can see the IV bag right there, yes. Now, look a little closer. Follow the tube down to the bag to the end. Ah, the needle's been removed. Doubtlessly, it fell out when he was shot. That would seem to be the case. When the needle comes out, the IV no longer drips. Really? I had no idea. You could just measure the remaining IV liquid. Precisely. The IV liquid functions, for our purposes, as an hourglass of sorts. It is young Calabar, yay! He had way more style back in the day. These days he's just kind of like your average dude in casual wear, casual dress wear. And this is how the doctor determined the time of death. From the amount of remaining in the bag, it was determined that the IV had stopped 10 minutes after administration began. I see, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that's when he was shot. And so it was when I, Valant, entered the room. 10 minutes had passed since the horrible crime was committed. And this is proof. Well, Mr. Wright? It does seem important. Well, seeing how it was the biggest clue we have up to the time of death, I'd say it's very important. Agreed. It would be hard to imagine a more precise way to determine the time. Behold the power of arithmetic. Very well. The witness will add this detail to his testimony. Sometimes the most magical thing of all is the truth. I'm doing fantastic. It's my favorite character's birthday today, but I can't get him a present because I'm here with you, and I'm so sad about that. But I'm not thinking about that because Valant's here and I don't have to deal with doing Apollo's voice for a stream. Things going well. No! I like streaming, okay? I'm so happy to be streaming with you guys. Please, I love you. I love you so much. Each and every one of you as an individual, I love you. It's just that I don't want him to be sad, and he's gonna be sad because I'm not gonna buy him cake. And I don't want him to be sad. He deserves to be the happiest man in the whole entire world. Anyway. Sometimes the most magical thing of all is the truth. Well, that's how you turn Phoenix right on. The water of life springs not eternal. The remaining IV liquid proves my innocence. Does it though? Does it though? I really don't think so. 10 minutes had passed since the IV began. The IV starts at 11. So the IV was taken out at about 11:10. That makes sense. Except that used for administering insulin shots has been washed with no signs of use. Why was he being given an IV again? Who knows? I don't know. I don't think we know why he was being given an IV, he just was. Did you notice the IV yourself by chance? When first I entered that room, the stench of gunpowder assailed me. Next, the mark of death upon my mentor's forehead, and then his left arm did I spy, a rose drooping and wilted. Its thorn, the discarded IV needle. Knocked from the vein by the force of the shot, luckily for you. If that IV had been there, why, you might be a suspect. Indubitably so. I might say it's thanks to my lucky colour. Your lucky colour. Indeed! Even today I wear it proudly upon my suspect self. For it always, without fail, brings me luck. Why, when Zack and Valant won their first Magician's Grand Prix, yes, the very one held by the Association of International Magicians, I was adorned in this attire then too, and our trophy, a bust. What a day that was. One trip down memory lane no one needs. My lucky colour, yes indeed, and that IV too. I say, I think 'twas hued especially for me, Valant. That does seem to be the case indeed. Well, Mr. Wright, any thoughts on this testimony? Valant sure looks happy with himself. Okay, how about this lucky colour testimony? Well, it's green. Your lucky colour's green? You're not wearing any green, though. It certainly sounds like your lucky colour's brought you plenty of luck, but not this time. Mr. Valant, your lucky colour's betrayed you. I'm afraid you've lost me. Your Honour, the witness's testimony just now clearly contradicts the evidence. What? Please recall my warning at the beginning of the cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Baseless accusations will be duly penalised. I do hope this latest accusation is well-based. Don't worry, I've got all your bases right here. Very well, let's hear the defence's claim, wherein the evidence does it contradict. This crime scene tells us all, Your Honour. The photo of the crime scene. Oh, this talk of colour has me yearning for black and white, clear-cut simplicity. Tell us, Wright, just where is the contradiction in this photo? My pleasure, and I assure you it's quite simple. But I can't promise anything in black and white. Let's hear what Mr. Wright has to say. What in this photo contradicts the witness's testimony? The fact that the ivy is green and he's not wearing nothing. Valant Montgomery, let's get one thing straight about your lucky colour. It's yellow, yes? Kind of takes the mystery out of it, but yes. Something wrong with yellow, Mr. Wright? Yes, there is. Decisively wrong, in fact. Take another look at the photo of the crime scene. What's this? Confusion, doubt. Tell us, what do your elderly eyes spy? Even my elderly eyes can see the problem here, Mr. Valant. Look at the IV bag. What is this? What foul magic? It would be hard to call this IV liquid yellow. And I'm afraid no magic was involved in taking this photograph. No! That's so... That's the cutest thing anyone has ever said to me. That's so... Oh, I love that. Oh, I love that. Oh, I love that. I love magicians. What does this mean? This is some kind of mistake. Yes, Prosecutor Gavin, your witness's mistake. The greener they are, the harder they fall. I suppose there's no substitute for experience. Valant Montgomery, as you reminded us several times, your lucky colour is yellow, but the IV clearly is not. Well, this contradiction can mean only one thing. to think. You almost had me. I see your true colours now, Ace Attorney, Phoenix Wright. Something you'd like to tell us, Prosecutor Gavin? As far as this court can tell, the witness's testimony does contradict the evidence. Yes, a contradiction. One that I shall be pleased to hand right back at Mr. Wright. How do you mean? How? Because the witness has made no mistakes. I agree. At a glance, this IV liquid does appear sort of greenish yellow. But I assure you the liquid itself is quite yellow. Yellow liquid? How can you say that? As far as I can tell in this photo, it's green. Yes, but what colour is the IV bag itself? The bag? You mean the plastic bag on the hook? It looks like, I want to say light blue? Precisely! Figured it out. Put a yellow liquid in a blue bag and you get green. This, incidentally, is the liquid's true colour. I see. Your explanation does have the ring of truth to it. As I thought. There's no substitute for experience, Prosecutor Gavin. What? You may tell a good tale, but you've just proven something rather grave, for you, that is. Grave? The liquid in the IV is yellow, yes. But how did this witness know that? It's quite unnatural when you think about it. You did think about it, didn't you? Your Honour, the defence requests an explanation from the witness. At the scene of the crime, the IV liquid appears to be green. So let me ask, how did the witness know that the IV liquid was actually yellow? My God, he's so cute. I love magicians. Order, order. Mr. Wright, you will explain this at once. The witness clearly knew the colour of the IV liquid, so I'm sure it means something, but what? I can think of only one possibility, Your Honour. The witness, Valanka Marie, has testified that the IV liquid was yellow because he'd seen it before. He knew the IV liquid's colour, he'd seen it before. From the facts before us, the answer is clear. The witness knew that the IV liquid was yellow. Why? Because he'd seen it before. But not inside the blue bag. But not inside the blue bag we see in the photo. He saw the liquid by itself in a clear, colourless bag. I suppose he would have had to, but I'm still not clear as to what all this means. Ask yourself, why would he know if he didn't work at the hospital? That's where you'll find your meaning. I'm afraid I find nothing. So, what if he knew the IV liquid's colour? Leave the getting excited over nothing to your teeny pop of fans, yeah? The IV liquid is the only evidence proving the time of death. A 30-minute hourglass with 20 minutes worth of sand left. Your claim, Prosecutor Gavin. I remember it well. However, there's a critical difference between an hourglass and an IV bag. Wait, I know. An hourglass uses sand, but an IV bag uses liquid. I'm right, right? As much as it pains me to say this, Your Honour, no. Unlike sands through an hourglass, IV liquid enters the patient's body. At which point, like magic, it disappears. However, What if the amount of IV liquid had increased? You couldn't tell, could you? After all, there's no way of knowing how much went in. Let me get this straight. Right. I almost said the other one. You're saying the witness watered down the victim's IV bag? Not with water, but with IV liquid. That's how you knew the IV liquid was yellow. No, wait. I said wait. How might an amateur such as myself say to perform such a task? I'm an amateur too, but I can pour water into a cup. I'm afraid there's quite a big difference between a cup and an IV bag. Quite. Can you prove your witness is capable of... Our witness is capable of such feat? He does have a point. Amateurs. I, at least, would have zero difficulty pouring IV liquid into this bag. You don't need to be an expert to see the look on the witness's face. He added liquid to the IV and to throw the time off the time of death. I tire of these fairy tales lacking evidence. Well, Mr. Wright, any solid evidence to bring us back down to earth? Volant Gramarye, I'm afraid your magic won't serve you well in a life of crime. Might I ask what you're strongly suggesting? Magic relies on props, and props become evidence. Our witness was certainly able to increase the amount of IV liquid in the bag. All he had to do was work a little magic, and the prop was... has been washed and shows no signs of use. The syringe? The victim's syringe. It's the perfect prop for the magically increasing IV trick. And easy enough for an amateur to use. What kind of evidence is that? The syringe was clean, not a trace of liquid on it. And don't you find that odd, Prosecutor Gavin? What? The victim had the syringe to administer his insulin shots. There should have been traces of insulin left inside. Well, Volant Gramarye, as you pointed out yourself, the IV liquid makes the perfect clock. One that you could manipulate at will. Alakazar! He's still pretty though. Look at him and his hair. I do believe, well, with this being his first time, that the burden of this trial has been a bit too much to bear for Prosecutor Gavin. I'm afraid that while there is a doubt as to the amount of IV liquid in that bag, the time of death cannot be proven. And that brings our trial to a close for today. Well, maybe I can squeeze an extra day out of this. I can do a little much needed investigation work. I see there are no Okay. Truly, there's no substitute for experience. Nothing blinds one to the truth so effectively. A word to the wise. Underestimate the young, and they'll sweep your feet out from under you, in a way you never ever expected. You see, I know exactly what you're thinking. What's he talking about? You say the witness used a syringe to manipulate the levels of the IV liquid. But there is no proof. There's no proof he didn't do it either. Yes, quite true. Huh? He's admitting it. I mean, all you have to do is grab the IV bag and push it to see if there's a hole in it. If he did it through the... If he didn't do it through the bottom anyway. Nor was this witness quite as decisive as I'd hoped. This, I admit. After all, why linger in the past when the future holds so much? You have something in mind, Prosecutor Gavin? Proof, Judge. I have another way to prove my case. With evidence, no less. What's this? This is victim Magnifique Garnerie's diary. Diary. After going into the hospital, Magnifique began writing his memoirs, it seems. The story of his birth, his startling debut, and the meeting of his disciples. It seems he intended the last chapter to end, quite appropriately, with his death. Wait, that book doesn't say what the reason was, does it? The reason why his disciples couldn't refuse his last request? Sadly, it does not. What's important here is on the last page. Apparently, the victim wrote in his journal that night, even after the IV had begun at 11 p.m. Let's read it, shall we? Tonight's IV is in. Maybe the last. I leave the rest to them. The first should come soon. This journal may end here, or it may go on. But no longer. But not long. That depends on his hand. All that is left is mine. To lay down this pen. This does appear to have been written just before his death. The court accepts this into evidence. Cool. Read the very last part with particular care. This journal may end here, or it may go on, but no longer. But not long, that depends on his hand. Of course, by his, he refers to our defendant, Zach Garnery. That would make sense, yes. He was the first scheduled visitor, after all. But look at what he said after that. This journal may end here, or it may go on. It may go on. Magnifique Garnery intended to write again. That is, if Zach Garnery didn't pull the trigger. I see the defense understands the meaning of this. The victim's diary does not go on. It ends. Because Magnifique's life was brought to an end by the defendant Zach Garnery. Order, order. Prosecutor Gavin, are you certain that Magnifique Garnery wrote this? There's no mistaking his handwriting. Well, this does seem to be significant. According to this, Magnifique did intend to continue his diary. Yet, if his diary ended here, which plainly it does, and the one who pulled the trigger was the first visitor, Zach Garnery. Well, how do you like me now, right? Still too green for your taste? He's right about the diary being pretty clear. Still, I find it hard to believe that he'd overlook such an important problem with this precious evidence. Yeah, the very obvious tear. Like, Like, it's so obvious. You're meant to question that, obviously. It's fucking... Dude. You're not gonna bring it up at all? Well, Mr. Wright, the witness's testimony we heard was lacking, but put together with this evidence, it seems quite sufficient for a case. If the diary is accepted like this, the trial's over. Maybe it's time to show them something. Yes, yes, we love showing evidence here. I'm left with no choice but to show my own evidence. What? You have some evidence that overturns this diary? It's not too late to overthink this and avoid more embarrassment. Very well. Please show us your evidence, Mr. Wright. Incidentally, don't even think of showing us this diary. I've shown to the court. Now that we've come this far, I hope you have something a little more decisive. Show us evidence that proves the victim continued writing his diary. Alright, I'd be happy to. Decisive evidence proving that the victim didn't end his diary on that page. Okay. Oh, interesting. Interesting. First, take a close look at this diary. Note that a page has clearly been ripped out. What's this? I hadn't noticed that at all. That's why you're still here talking about this. As it just so happens, I have here what I believe to be the missing page. Okay, I don't believe it. That's adorable. Looking at this page, it's hard to imagine that the first visitor that night shot Magnifique Henri. That's the defense's position. Wait, let me see that. Warden Sam Hill? Why, this is the continuation of the victim's diary. Note that the torn edge of the page, it's a perfect match for the torn remains of the last page of the Magnifique's diary. Quite remarkable. Would you care to explain what this means, attorney? The diary continued after his first visitor came, which means that the victim was still alive after Zach Gramarye left, leaving no one to take his life but the second visitor. Valant Gramarye. No. No!
Look at all your bunny rabbits.
The handwriting, too, matches that of the other page. This is, without a doubt, the genuine article. Order, order. But wait, that's impossible. The old man couldn't have written that. Finally. You just couldn't resist, could you, Airlight? Resist what? Presenting solid evidence. Air Judge. Yes, Prosecutor Gavin? Might I request we put this current cross-examination on hold? The prosecution would like to call a new witness. But Prosecutor Gavin, the evidence overturns the current witnesses. I ask only to put it on hold, please. My new witness has a very, very important piece of testimony to give. 5 minutes, no more. I promise, Your Honor. Well, if you put it that way. Mr. Wright, what's your take on this? Well, Your Honor, judging from his enthusiasm, we'll have to hear this new testimony sooner or later anyway. So it might as well be sooner. Then this is highly irregular. We will put the current cross-examination on hold. The witness may step down. Now, Prosecutor Gavin, please bring this surprise witness to the courtroom. I had a bad feeling just then. Yeah, I do too. That ripped out page was too obvious. He must have known. And I should have known it was a bad sign all round. Holding trial with no audience is a first, even for me, Prosecutor Gavin. I beg the court's understanding. So that's the forgery. But then again... But... in Phoenix's defense, he wouldn't have known. But... Calavir, how did you know? That's what I think is most interesting about that. How did he know? Why was he so quick to jump on it? So intrigued. But I had to make a judiciary deal with the witness to secure his testimony. A judiciary deal? The details of his testimony may have some legal ramifications, shall we say. I thought it best to contain the information to this room. Very well. And you are the witness, I gather? Yes. Yes, sir. State your name and occupation for the record. My name's Drew Masham. I'm a painter. A painter? And you are somehow related to this case? No, well, not per se. I have one simple question for this witness. Mr. Masham, was it? Do you know what this is? Oh, yeah. I know it well. How's that possible? Have you seen this diary page somewhere before? Oh, yeah. I mean, I made it. You... What? You made it? Yes. You might call it one of my works. The prosecutor's office received a tip-off yesterday. Illegal evidence has been prepared for the trial of Zach Gamaree. Which is why you switched attorneys. Illegal evidence. I initiated an investigation and found this witness. A painter to the world at large. Drew Masham has another side, you might say. He is skilled in making perfect reproductions of certain things. Forgeries, in other words. Forgeries? Well, so we are to understand that this page here is a fake, prepared by a certain defense attorney. Hold it! I didn't prepare this evidence. The attorney speaks. Something about this page, I presume. But what is he saying? It makes no sense. After all, it was you that presented this evidence to us, Miss Phoenix, right? Witness, Mr. Masham, was it? Who requested this forgery? Who was your client? That... I don't know. What? Most of my clients prefer to remain anonymous, even to me. I make the items they want and receive my payment. That's the extent of my contact with them. But there's no proof this is a fake. It's a fake. Huh? To avoid just this sort of problem, I always put a special mark on my works. I can say without a doubt this is mine. Okay, Phoenix, why don't you just explain that you got this case literally yesterday, and you've got this evidence today, and you've never seen it before in your life. Mr. Wright, you've just presented legal evidence to this court, my court. It was careless of me. That's all I can say. Yeah. But it's not your fault. Like, yes, you should have verified the evidence beforehand. But also, you didn't have... You can simply say, I did not have time to verify the validity of this evidence. I apologize, so I take back what I've said about this evidence, and we simply discard it and move on. Gavin has such strong preconceptions about him as well. Here. What's this? I don't know. I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit and spiky hair. They said it was really important. It was all a trap. A fatal trap. Mr. Bright. Yes. Do you have an explanation for yourself? If I did, would the court hear it? Probably not. That's bullshit. That's bullshit, and I deserve a fair fucking trial. Forging evidence is a serious crime, and presenting it to the court a serious mistake. A fatal mistake for an attorney. Fatal too, perhaps, for your client, I fear. Tell me, what kind of defendant relies on forged evidence? The answer is quite clear. A guilty one. Your Honor, wait. I understand that presenting forged evidence to the court is a serious crime, but you cannot hold my client responsible for actions I undertook as an individual. I am sorry, Mr. Wright. Your Honor? Another close call, I dare say. If the prosecutor's office hadn't received that hot tip, everything would have gone the way you wanted it, yeah? Don't assume things about me, please. I even gave you a chance. Too bad you decided not to think before embarrassing yourself. I see no need for further discussion on the matter. Special witness dismissed. Mr. Attorney. Yes? Could I ask your name? Phoenix Wright. Mr. Wright, I have seen and studied many people, but none like you. I'll remember you, Mr. Wright. I'm just saying, the court, bullshit decision. Phoenix deserved to have someone hear him the fuck out about that. Because yes, it is a crime, but he hadn't verified the evidence beforehand. And really, you should be able to hear someone out about that shit. Why would you immediately assume the worst out of someone? Especially someone who's had such a good career this whole time with nothing like this beforehand. A prosecutor can get away with rumors of forged evidence and you won't even hear me out about this? Bullshit. Though, I deeply regret having to declare a verdict in this way. This trial is over. You have the right to find a new attorney and make an appeal. However, this court must... Your Honor... Yes, Mr. Zack? There was one thing I wish to make clear. Today, in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. It is impossible. I'm afraid the defendant is quite mistaken. I most certainly have the authority to declare a verdict on you. Except, tell me, how do you plan on announcing your verdict? When your defendant doesn't exist? Doesn't exist? What are you talking about? I am talking about this. Huh? Mr. Enigma? The defendant's escaped. Find him quick. Bailiff, close all exits from the building. On the double, he must not be allowed to escape. Today, in the courtroom, a miracle occurred. The defendant, Shady Enigma, aka Zack Gramarye, did not just escape from court. He literally, unbelievably, vanished. Right before the bailiff's eyes. No one ever saw him again, not since that day. This is the Gramarye miracle. No verdict was declared. After all, the defendant did not exist. That's how it happened. The trial of magician Zack Gramarye vanished along with him for all eternity. The mysteries that remained behind were all solved, however. But not until 7 years later. Wow. 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 Fuck me! This is such a good game! Such a good game! Such a good fucking game. Oh my god. The trial 7 years ago was the beginning of it all. This I know beyond a doubt. The mysteries of the past work their magic on the present, but you'll soon be finding all of this out for yourself. Which of Magnifique Gramarye's disciples pulled that trigger? Where did the vanishing defendant Zack Gramarye go? What dark truth lurks behind the forged diary page? And what about the girl who was left behind? Oh, the thing from the start. The past left us these 4 keys to unlocking the truth. But that's not all. There are 4 keys in the present as well. And when all the questions have found their answers, the final trial will begin. But first, you must chase the truth through then and now. Think of it as a game. I Phoenix Wright will be your guide through this game. Thanks, Phoenix! I'm excited. That terrible trial saw me present forged evidence. It ended, half finished, with when the defendant vanished. What became of me after that? As your investigation proceeds, the answer will become clear. Oh, and one more thing. There is something I must tell you. As Apollo Justice has his bracelet, so too do I have my own weapon of sorts. The Magatama! What does it do, you ask? That I would have you see for yourself. Well now, shall we begin? I like that he's talking directly to me. Oh my... Jump between past and present? What? Oh my god. But let's begin 7 years ago, in the past. It is right after my last trial came to an abrupt end. Now that you know the game, let's play. Oh, Phoenix! Phoenix, I'm so excited, Phoenix. I'm so excited, Phoenix. You don't know how excited I am, Phoenix. Not really in the middle of it, but yeah, definitely. Oh my god, I'm so excited. The nightmare trial was over, and the new nightmare of figuring out what had happened had just begun. I wanted to wake up, to walk away. But I figured I'm the only one who could do this, probably. And besides, I have plenty of time, thanks to the Bar Association Review Board's discussion. It's hard to work when your attorney's badge has been taken away. Didn't sound like a fair trial to me, then. What strange sight doth mine eyes behold? Excuse me. Two men on either side of a single transparent pane, yet it seems fickle fate has switched sides, so to speak. The forger of fakes walks freely, while the innocent languishes within these plexiglass confines. There's been no proof that I forged anything, nor proof that I took the life of my dear mentor. Yet, these chains cannot hold me for long. The stage awaits. And what, may I ask, awaits you? A little piano and a cold hole in the wall. But, since you are here, what shall we discuss? The shooting of the Magnifique Gramarye, for one. Who pulled that trigger, Volant or his partner Zach? His partner vanished before the answer could be found. If I'm going to get any closer to the truth, this is the place to start. I'm so excited. I have a hand. I have to hand it to my partner. He knows how to make an exit. That's talent. Yes, he made an attorney's badge disappear and never to be touched again. Glory's spotlight always leaves someone weeping in the shadows. Yet, his very disappearance is itself a revelation. Revealing what? Zach Gramarye killed Magnifique. It's as good as a signed confession. That's certainly been the public opinion's take on it. I grow tired of my cage, and the time of my release is near. I must go and prepare. Planning on jumping back into magic right away? As long as an audience waits with bated breath, there will be Volant. And also, yes, now that my partner has disappeared, Magnifique's repertoire is mine. Volant Gramarye has a tradition to uphold. Is that true? Seeing this light, the trial was quite good to me, verdict or no. And you cannot pay for what that kind of publicity. The suspicion on you hasn't lifted entirely for that. After all, you received one of those letters too. You were just as obligated to follow Magnifi's instructions as your partner. So I was, but only Zachary followed them. Let us not speak any more of who shot what. Now that my partner has vanished, the question is moot. I'm more interested in learning something else, actually. What might that be? I want to know what Magnifi had up his sleeve. How could he coerce you and your partner to kill him? The trick up his sleeve. Perhaps you do not know. Know what? A great magician never reveals his secrets. I didn't think it would be that easy. The audience must remain forever in the audience, bathing in the reflected glow of the spotlight. My Magatama, one of my most prized possessions, which I got during a certain case. It can show me the locks to people's hearts, and if I can unlock their hearts, they'll tell me their secrets. The Magatama starts it all, and the Magatama ends it all. Let's see. I don't have anything right now, do I? I do. I have everything I had already. Okay. Oh, do I not present the Magatama this time? Do I just... Very cool. What do you have to say for yourself, man? I'm flying by the seat of my pants on this one. There must be a path leading from the evidence to the truth. And that's what I'm going to find. To ask someone to take a life, either one not long for this world, as asking someone to commit murder. Yes, our mentor was fond of dramatic moves and dramatic finales. And he got his wish. His life was taken. What weakness could be so powerful as to coerce someone into committing murder? My guess is it was a matter of life or death. Care to explain? Your troupe lived in a world of showmanship. The flashier the better. And flashy so often means danger, doesn't it? Let me make this painless as possible. If you have proof of this danger, then show it. Okay. Okay. I'll come back. I may not have enough evidence right now to pull this off. Maybe it's time to do a little more legwork. I'll come back to you, pretty boy. It's all so interesting. Oh, oh my god. I just love this so much. This style is so cool. I didn't think I'd be back here for a while. I didn't want to have to remember that day. Though I deeply regret having to declare a verdict this way, the trial is over. Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Zach? There is one thing I wish to make clear. Today, in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. What are you talking about? I am talking about this. Well then. And he left, just like that. Interesting. When I came here on that fateful morning, I still have my badge, but now... Like an amputated limb, I can still feel it itching. Where do I start? I don't even have the authority to investigate. Hey, you there, sir? Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Don't do that ever again. I don't like you. Down on the hands, floor on your head. Now, now, now. What's the big idea of my ears? No unauthorized personnel aren't allowed in here. But that would mean authorized personnel are allowed? Winks! I just say it like it's... I just say it like it is, sir. And it's usually wrong. I was thrown out of the precinct, lost my friends, my girl, and even my wallet. We've met before, haven't we? On a certain case 2 years ago. You know, I first met you. Edgeworth got real angry at you for interrupting him. It was a little attractive, honestly. I'd never seen Edgeworth like that before, and we brought it up later in court when... And then you got arrested. Sorry. I was just thinking about damn Gant. I was thinking about what he'd said about it. On a case 2 years ago. No recollection of that, sir. Huh? For me, working on a case is always in the present progressive tense, sir. There is no past, there is only now, sir. Okay, you're the bailiff, right? Yes, sir. Court bailiff Mike Meekins at your service, sir. I've asked to meet with the bailiff at this court who let the magician escape. Let me try to make this absolutely clear as possible to you, sir. It was me, sir. But you were a regular police officer once, right? Sometimes bad things happen to good people, sir. Something tells me this is a long story. Let's not go there. So, you were in charge of the security at the time of the banishing? I'm dying over here. Oh, it's a hard knock life, sir. Thrown out of the precinct, lost my friends, my girl, and even my wallet. Guess I wasn't the only victim. But last time we met, you were a police officer, right? In fact, you're still wearing your uniform. Sir, I wish I didn't have to tell you this, but last year tragedy struck a rising star at the precinct. I lost my case files 4 times in 3 days. They fired me. It takes real talent, actually. They don't know what they're missing. So here I am, sir, forced to start from square one as lowly bailiff. What, your uniform? I took it with me as a souvenir the day I was fired. That can't be legal. So, you were the one who let the magician get away that day? Fucked up a lot more than just that, Phoenix. Fucked up a lot more than just that. I'm dying over here. A star rises among the court bailiffs, full of hope, then tragedy strikes. Is there anything you can tell me about it? About Zach Grammary's disappearance? Oh, the humanity! Stop fucking doing that! I'm so upset that I have to deal with you again. That's enough of that. Why, yes, I'd say it was around 2 p.m. when I heard the commotion in court. I opened the door to see what might be amiss. The door slams open, slam, and some guy's face is right there in front of me. Face. So, you saw someone suspicious coming your way? Yes, and I, being a bailiff of little standing, I gave chase. I chased that silk hat all the way down the hall, sir. I have a diagram of the court building here. Aha! There's courtroom room 7. That's where I was, sir. All by myself. Narrative friend to call my own. Okay. And which way did Zachary and Marie run after bursting through the courtroom door? He went up like this and then around the corner like that. So I, with no delay, ran after him. And when I turned the corner, I saw the magic man run into the defendant's lobby. Swiftly, I ran. Following him, I threw myself boldly into the room. Why, I remember it like it was right here, because it was lobby room number 2. You ran into this room. I don't see any place to hide in here. Believe it or not, sir, I didn't believe it. Here, in this room, the magician gone, vanished like a puff of smoke. Except there wasn't even any smoke. He was just gone. That's impossible. Yes, that word. Oh, how many times have I said that word? Even the sound of it causes me indescribable pain. I'm dying over here. Okay. I won't say it again, I promise. But you have to admit it's difficult to vanish into thin air. Did you search the lobby? I searched. Why the pause? There was nothing here at all, sir. That's right, nothing was here, sir. How can you talk so loud and still be hiding something? Ugh, I've got the hiccups now. Ugh. So Zach was in this room when he vanished? Absolutely, sir. I saw him with my own eyes, sir. That red silk hat, that flowing cape. He ran right in here, right into this room. Why do you insist that pink is red? He's... It's clearly pink. Sure, whatever. Why are you here? Who the fuck is this? Oh. That's what Magnifique actually looks like. He wears black. Interesting. Silk hat, cape, that's Zach alright. But, sir, look at the room. There's not a single place to hide. Sir, there was nothing I could do, but nothing, sir. What about now? Have any ideas? Sir. Ideas about what exactly, sir? If you don't mind me asking. You've had quite a bit of time since then. Has nothing occurred to you at all? Don't you have any idea what trick he might have used to disappear like that? Great! Psyche locks. I should have known. Okay, so you clearly have some idea, but you don't want to admit it. I really don't have any evidence to pertain to that. I'll come back. Ugh.
Hi, Juicy.
Oh,
Morning, Daddy.
I'm so glad you came.
You okay, Daddy? They picking on you.
I am fine as always. This old boy is here to help me after all.
That's a young man to you.
Good morning. That's a cute outfit you have there.
Thanks. My first show's today, after all.
Two weeks have passed since then. I called her into my office. Trucy, there's something we need to talk about. It's been 2 weeks since your father disappeared. We need to start thinking about your future. I did some calling around. This is hard to say, but you have no living relatives. Ruining this fucking scene. Why don't... See, my problem with hiccups is that I legitimately have no idea how to make them in me stop. Ugh. Ugh. Oh my god, it hurts, man. I think I was meant to hurt, because they kind of hurt. Or at least they're uncomfortable to me. Ugh. Just go away. Please. So, I was wondering if you wanted to stay with me for a while. Just until your daddy comes home. It won't be long. I hope. Of course, it's totally your choice. If you don't like it here, you can go wherever you'd like. I could look up some places you might want to stay. This is so weird.
Mr. Attorney, Daddy told me about you. He said I could trust you.
Huh? Really?
So, if I stay here, does that mean you'll be my family?
Huh? I guess so.
Getting weirder. Mr. Attorney.
Actually, you don't. Why don't you call me Nick? Aww. Or you can call me Daddy if you'd like. It doesn't have to be today or anything. Aww. Oh, Phoenix, you do like children.
Okay, say Daddy.
That was quick. Yes.
If I move here, I have to switch schools, right? And I was thinking I haven't paid for lunches in my last school for a year. So, thanks, Daddy.
Phoenix, why do children always come with down payments for you?
Oh, and this office, it's a bit blah. Little color goes a long way, you know. Oh, and Daddy, you got fired from work, right? Don't you worry one bit. I'll work twice as hard. We'll make it through this.
Trucy, how old are you?
Oh, I'm 8. But don't let appearances deceive you. I'm a young professional. Stick with me, and you'll be just fine, Daddy.
Thanks. Why does it feel like she's already in charge?
So, Daddy, you got fired from being a lawyer, right?
You could at least kind of look aside, or something when you say that. It's actually kind of hard for me, for Daddy.
Oh, I'm sorry, Daddy. Wait, is that that foolish pride? My other daddy always used to talk about that. Actually, that's pretty accurate. So, here's my idea. We'll make a new office. Law just seems so stiff, doesn't it? And no one will be my friend at school that way. Well, that won't do, I guess. I just don't know much about anything other than law. Or even much about law, if you were to ask some people. Yeah, Phoenix, we've established throughout the last 70 hours that you have no hobbies, so maybe the problem is calling it an office. We should run an agency instead. You mean like a talent agency? Forgive me for asking, but doesn't that require talent? You've got me, don't ya? I'm a professional. A professional? Yep. After all, I'm directly descendant from the famous Zach Marie. Directly descended? He's your father. Oh, and now I'm directly descended from the famous Phoenix Wright too. I think an 8-year-old has just massaged my ego. Aww. She's looking up to you already. Oh, Phoenix. Phoenix. Maybe you can be a dad. Would you tell me a bit more about your daddy, Zach Marie? Daddy? Sure thing, Daddy. Which daddy was that again? Daddy's so amazing. The biggest star of Troop Marie, and they're big. The Grammaries. They were on television a lot. I haven't seen them much recently, come to think of it. Big magic happens when you put Zach and Grammarie together, you know. Once they made a giant waterfall right there on stage. And this giant trout swam up at the giant waterfall. We guess there was a giant fisherman waiting at the top for it. I wish I could have seen more of Daddy's magic. I shouldn't have brought it up so soon. I wonder what will happen to me with Daddy and Mommy both gone. Mommy? Yeah, what about Mommy? I haven't heard anything about Trucy's mother. But I have my magic, and a great daddy, even if he's unemployed. You know, I think things are going to be a-okay. I wonder if she'll talk about her mother. Would you tell me about your mommy, if it's okay? Mommy was so pretty. She was like an angel up on stage. On stage? You mean with your daddy? Yep. She was always there with Zach and Vallant smiling. But then she went away. Went away? It was a grand illusion. But she made a mistake. She vanished, and I guess she didn't know how to get back. Maybe so. I cried then, a lot. That's when Daddy gave me this. Here. This is your mother. She's beautiful. She really is, Phoenix. That we can agree on. Her name's Thalassa Gummerly. Poor girl. I don't know her mommy had gone missing. Is that, or she up and left for some reason? And now her daddy's vanished too, right before her eyes. Hey, Daddy, you won't... Don't worry. I won't vanish, I promise. Right, you can't even do magic. You're like a backup plan. Daddy's always said to have a backup plan. Guess all I pray does is a backup plan. I see. So, Trucy,
You're a professional?
Yes, it's like that thing they say. Baby frogs grow up to be frogs.
They say that?
I always thought it was funny though.
What was?
Weren't baby frogs called tadpoles? Maybe they thought it would be easier to understand for that way for kids? How stupid.
Right. So, in conclusion, you're a professional magician, Trucy?
That's right. Well, wanna see a trick?
You're going to do a magic trick? Yes, please! Actually, I would like to see your trick. The future of the agency depends on it after all.
That's the spirit. Ready? Here comes, ta-da!
Hi, Mr. Hat! Hi, folks. It's Mr. Hat. I gotta say, it's good to be seen. Yeah! Whoa. That was startling.
The amazing Mr. Hat. Isn't he great?
Your friendly neighborhood Mr. Hat at your service. He certainly makes an impression.
Doesn't he? I'm so glad you like him, Daddy.
Though my routines do get a bit heady at times. Ha, get it? Heady. A friendly neighborhood Mr. Hat clearly gave me a heart attack. I'm thinking your dad used you to get away. Which is a crime. That's another crime. I think that's probably enough for today. Sorry to ask you so much all at once like that.
It's okay. After all, we're family. I just hope you're ready. The Right Talent Agency opens tomorrow.
What? But are we representing anyone?
Me and you. That makes two, Daddy.
I think you need more than that to make an agency. Besides, you may be a magician, but I'm no talent.
Oh, I'm sure there's something you're good at.
Well, when you put it like that.
You mean you don't have any tricks? No old standbys? This will not do. A boy should always have a trick or two in his pocket.
Okay, I'll think of something.
That's the spirit. See you bright and early tomorrow, Daddy. Hi, Mr. Hat.
Welcome to the team, Daddy-o. The team. Right. Sometimes, when magicians vanish, they leave something behind. That's how Trucy became Trucy Wright, my daughter. To be honest, I was pretty lost those first few days. Thinking back on it, it was a pretty dark time in my life. But Trucy, happy, smiling Trucy, she was my light. Oh, Phoenix! You're gonna kill me dead with that, huh? Oh, you missed me gushing about Gant earlier. I'm sorry, Zetius. I figured you'd come here sooner or later. I decided on sooner, Drew Masham, was it? I haven't done anything illegal. I didn't come here to whine about past events. I wanted to ask you some questions. I suppose you have the right. That day, the entire court descended into chaos. Only you stood still, your eyes calmly watching. I admit, it made quite an impression on me. I'm used to finding myself in outrageous situations. Phoenix Wright, was it? I'll answer what I can. I'm not sure, but feels like I'm being watched intensely. Ah, this is my daughter. Vera, say hello. She's gone. Shall we begin then? Judging from this place, you're a painter. Not, sadly, a profitable one. I've never sold a painting. It's a source of considerable embarrassment. I would be able to get by were it only me. Your daughter, her mother, grew weary of me and left. I don't want her to grow up needy, Mr. Wright. That is why I began my other occupation. Forgeries.
What's my thoughts on the way Phoenix got disbarred? Well, if you were here earlier, you would know, but, the gist of it all was, that's bullshit, I deserve a fair trial, and you should have listened to me. But whatever, this is a pretty cool way of telling me the story, and I'm here for this gameplay.
Don't look at me with those eyes. I know what it is that I do.
Yeah. That's a solid burn. Sorry, I have a life. That's a solid burn. Got me with that one. Oh, God. Absolutely killed.
More than half the paintings they bring me are stolen. And who knows what my copies are used for. But some of your works aren't paintings, correct? You may not believe me when I tell you this. But that was my first work outside of painting. What? To think it would be used as evidence in a murder trial. I never even imagined the possibility. Then why did you take the job? I was well paid. Very well paid. I think he feels worse about it than I do. Past is hard to escape, honestly. The sooner I can put this behind me, the better. With apologies to you, of course. Sorry, but it's not going to be quite that so easy. He's trying to forget what he made. So I just have to remind him. Your work. I'll try to pretend you've forgotten. Sure, all you did was make a copy. But that copy might have destroyed the life of an innocent man. I'm reasonable too, which is why I have to know. And you have to tell me. I should have shown him Mr. Hat. Everyone deserves to see Mr. Hat. I love Mr. Hat so much. I knew it would be difficult to escape this. Then let's talk. Well then, ready to tell me about this work you did? It was unlike anything I had attempted before. I guess it would be a little different from paintings. This is not what I mean. In all my previous works, it sufficed to create a copy. This wasn't a copy. The client gave me two things that day. The first was a sample page as reference. The second, a printed document I can only surmise was written by my client. So you used the real writing as reference to reproduce what the client wrote? Yes. As I said, it was my first job of that nature. So, who was your client? As I said in court, I do not know. Really? Even for such a suspicious request? Phoenix's tone here seems a bit bitter when he showed the forgery. He's going the fuck through it. I love him. I love him. I love him. I love him so much. And so excited, Phoenix. If it was me, I'd want to know as much as I could about the requester. I never met them. Not personally. The psyche lock, of course. Seems like you're still hiding something. I don't want to go to bed with Phoenix! I don't find him attractive. Not in that way. I want him to kiss Miles Edgeworth. I don't want him to kiss me. Ew, what the fuck are you doing? What are you, cheating? Can't believe you, Phoenix. Something about this work. Ugh. Fine, what do you want? Go to bed with Phoenix and Gant? What the fuck is Phoenix doing there? I don't want Phoenix there. Phoenix can go home. He can go home and he can go sleep in his own damn bed. My bed is a single. It will only fit one other person. Because I'm tiny. Let's hear it then. What are you hiding from me, Mr. Michan? I'm sorry, but I really don't know. I never met the client. True, when I asked the client's name, there were no psyche locks inside. Regardless, you're hiding something. You have to be, otherwise it wouldn't make any sense. I don't want Phoenix there! Phoenix can get the fuck out of my sight. Okay, okay, okay. That is... Out of everything you've said, that is the one where I'm like, maybe I should delete your message. Why are you doing this to me? No. No, you don't understand. I want Phoenix and Edgeworth to kiss. I just want to watch from 30 feet back. That's all I need. Okay, that sounds like I'm a voyeur, but I'm not. I mean in the sense that I want them to get married and be happy together. In the sense of I want to see fan art of them holding hands and looking lovingly into each other's eyes. And read fanfiction about them confessing their feelings for each other. I want them to be wholesome and happy. Gosh, you're persistent today, aren't you? Well, I've made my stand. No backing down now. So, what's Mr. Misham hiding? The forger, the sampled client. Seems you're hiding something about this work. I know you just want to annoy me, ZDS. It's your favourite pastime, isn't it? I can pretty much piece together what it is from what you've said. What is it then? You told me what you knew about the client, and I couldn't see any psyche locks. Psycho locks? Is that some sort of asylum security? Or a new hairstyle, perhaps? That's also what Miles called them. But then, they did show up, didn't they? Who was your client? As I said in court, I do not know. Really? Even for such a suspicious request? If it was me, I'd want to know as much as I could about the requester. I never met them. Not personally. Not personally. Those words triggered the psyche locks. Again, with the psycho locks, now I really must know what they are. So, you didn't meet with the client, but someone else did. Maybe the real forger behind this evidence? Perhaps I'm hung up on this lock business, but I'm afraid you've lost me. Yeah, well, I didn't come here to talk about psyche locks. As long as I come to the right conclusion, it doesn't matter how I got there. And your conclusion is the real forger behind this wasn't you, Mr. Misham. Poppycock. I don't know what you're talking about. That's my work, I tell you. Maybe made here in my studio. Who else could have been but me? That's a real question, isn't it? If the forger wasn't you, then I don't have many other people to choose from. The real forger in Drew's studio is your daughter. Still heartbreaking to hear you with a different voice actor, Phoenix. The real forger is your daughter, Vera Misham, isn't it? Ridiculous! My daughter's only 12 years old, Mr. Wright. I've always been more of a landscape, not surrealism. Has come back, but you're shaking your boots. I've got you now. The only two people with access to your studio are you and your daughter. Psyche logs tell me you're not the forger, which makes your daughter the only possibility. I feel very much on the verge of going psycho-log myself. I don't know how you knew, but you're right. The one who made this page was my daughter, Vera, not I. She's only 12. A genius, you might call her. A precious little girl outshining her father. Been a lot of that going on recently. I let her play in the studio, and she watched me. She taught herself in that way. The drafting tools and the analytical devices I bought when they became necessary. They're my little girl's playthings now. Ah, do I detect a bit of fatherly pride? So, Vera was the one who made this page. Would she know who the client was then? Actually, the client came once. Here, to the studio. What? Why didn't you say so sooner? But their face was covered. They did not want to talk to me. So, they talked to your daughter. I will speak only with the artist, the client told me. And that little girl is the key to our mystery client's identity. Okay, what do I do now? Maybe I should talk to her father a bit more. Or is it time to turn my attention to Vera? Well, can't hurt. Mr. Masham, I have a request. Let me guess. You'd like to speak with my daughter. Can I? My daughter has never been one to talk to strangers. She's quite shy. Extremely so, actually. With only one exception. Which was, oddly enough, it was the client. I left the studio while they talked. I returned when they had finished, and she was laughing. It was the first time I'd seen anything of the sort. Please, let me speak with her. Alright. This is gonna be tough. Vera, was it? I would like to have a friendly chat. I'm Phoenix Wright, ex-lawyer and pianist. I'm still looking for the keys that say Do Re Mi. Can't find them anywhere. I'm not good at this. I need something to get through to this girl. Vera, was it? I would like to have a friendly chat. Okay, so I need to present something to you to help. Nah. I think I just made her nervous. I need something to grab her attention, but what? The diary? No. Okay. Well, I'll come back to you, Vera. Okay. I'm so intrigued by everything. I can't do anything here, can I? No. I have to wait to come to the present. Okay, well, that means I should go back to Meekins, because I'm pretty sure I know what's going on with him now. Okay, Mr. Meekins. What do you know? Spit it out. Hey! What's with the atmosphere in here all of a sudden? You know something, and I'm going to find out what. That Gramarye vanished from this room. How'd he do it? How, sir? Well, sir, I can't say, as sir. Why are you so nervous if you aren't hiding something? Well, sir, you see, at the time, sir, I was here and... Listen! It was impossible! What could have such a little girl possibly do, anyway? What did you just say? Sir, did I just say something, sir? No, you screamed it through the megaphone of yours. There was someone else in the room, wasn't there? Sir, I'm going to have to invoke my right to remain in a state of non-talking. It's okay, Meekins. You don't have to tell me who Zach's accomplice was. I knew who was here in the room that day. Sir, I've never seen that girl until just the other day. Mr. Meekins, I'm not buying it. Sir, that day, she was here in the room, sir, but he wasn't. You mean, you chased her into this room, not him? Sir, I'm in my days as a police officer, literally days. You were an officer for a few days. I learned a thing or two. Okay, just one thing. But it was how not to mistake a girl for a 7-foot-tall magician. 7 feet, huh? Zach isn't that tall, is he? You have a point. I find it hard to imagine that anyone would mistake a little girl for Zach Marie. But you saw something. And therein lies the trick. I think you know what it was, Mr. Meekins. Tell me, does this trick look familiar? Mr. Hat! That. What's that? That girl's favorite trick, the amazing Mr. Hat. She uses it in her show down at the Wonder Bar. Have you been to the Wonder Bar? So, it wasn't a waking dream, was it, sir? Come again? That night, on stage, I saw a vision, except it wasn't a vision. It was a hat. An amazing Mr. Hat! He really exists! I remember it clearly, though the details are a little vague. Zachary exited the courtroom. I gave chase and cornered him in the corner room, sir. Zachary, don't even think you can escape Meekins. Down on your hands, floor on your head. Hello? Something the matter, mister? No. That is... Sir, I'm currently chasing a suspect, sir. Zachary, do you know him? Oh, I love Zachary. His magic is the best. I'm his biggest fan. I see. That's why you're wearing that costume you're wearing? Anyway, that very same Zach came into this room. But no one's been in here except me. But he has to be in here somewhere. Under the sofa, in the trash can, behind the painting, under the rug. So, Trucy was his accomplice. Imagine my astonished surprise when, 1 week later, I just happened to walk into the bar and see him. Mr. Hat. I couldn't believe my own eyes. For a while, I thought it had to have all been a long dream. A dream that lasted a week. But it wasn't the magician that disappeared, it was Mr. Hat. Though it seems complex, what really happened that day was quite simple. You were standing by the door, and out came Zach. But that wasn't all. Another person got in on the act, and she was standing in front of Lobby Room 2. Along with Mr. Hat. And that's the beauty of it, isn't it? So, while you were standing in shock and amazement, the magician rounds the corner, and most likely runs through the closest door in Lobby Room 1. This is where you come in. You turn the corner in rather lukewarm pursuit, and at the very moment, Trucy runs into Lobby Room 2. Then, all she has to do is tuck away the amazing Mr. Hat. Sir, I only lost sight of him for the briefest moment. Then I saw the cape, Zachary's red cape fluttering like a cape. Astounding, sir. All my days of posing queries and making inquiries and chasing quarries wasted. It was as if I could see them melting away like an ice cream cone left by the side of the road to die. Or the shattered remains of a measly eating chocolate parfait. Such sweet sorrows. I'm sorry. I had no idea how much you suffered on account of this case. It's an honor, sir. I've apologized to people many, many times, sometimes more than once. But this is the first time anyone's ever apologized to me. Actually, about that girl, I'm sort of her guardian now. Is that so? Sir, you should know that I harbor no ill feelings whatsoever in my harbor. Okay. I let the defendant escape, that's the stone cold truth. Just another step on my way from singing the blues to wearing the blues. Someday, sir, I'll be standing side by side with the great Detective Gamshoe. Mr. Meekins, this is a free ticket to the show at the Wonder Bar. If you want, it's an honor, sir. Sir, I can't count the number of times I've had taken from me, sir. But no one's ever given me anything for free. Right, I'll see you in court next time then, sir. I look forward to it. All eyes were on Zach Gramarye that day in court, until his mysterious disappearance. No part of the mysteries... now, part of the mystery has been revealed, but the magician remained out of sight. It'll be 7 years before I met him again. Okay, those two are done. The future reveals itself. Hell yeah. The present day. Okay, so not quite present, but I see what you're going with. I'll be taking my leave now. Still, I have some work to do back at the office. And I guess I'll go back to my piano. To be honest, it's better when you aren't playing. This frigid culinary dungeon almost feels comfortable. Later, then. I don't like him, actually. Look, he's pretty, but I'm not that into him. 2 hours left on my shift. Wonder if we'll get any customers tonight. Do you know who I am? Who I am? No, but if you hum it, I can play it. Just kidding, I don't do requests. How about a different sort of request? You see, I play cards. That's how I recognize that name! You... It's all coming together now. I'm so... Because I was like, his name's Shady. We've had that name before. And that's why you had the Locket of Trucy. Oh. A customer. I was just hoping someone would come in and save me from a night at the Keys. Or seek a true competition. I heard the Borscht Ball Club is the place for this. Now I see the rumor's true. And this is a friend of yours? Ah, don't mind me. I'm just your friendly neighborhood newsman. I'm... What do you mean they don't look alike at all? Are you? Yeah, you're right. They're like nothing alike at all. Totally different haircut and everything. He will not be playing tonight. When his business is finished, I shall send him home. This competition will be between us, no others. The Right Talent Agency represents 2 artists, and I'm number 2. I play piano. Well, sort of. It's actually just a front for my real talent, which is playing poker. Don't ask me how I got started. I don't remember. But I'm good. Real good. Dad's like, go get milk and never come back. I do though. I do. Rabbit Dad always comes back when he gets milk because everyone likes milk and you, my children, deserve a drink of milk. Rabbit Dad will always get you your milk. And I'll even get you flavoured milk if you want. It didn't take long for rumours to get around. Go to the Borscht Bowl Club if you want a real game. Guys never lost. People don't come to hear me tickle the ivory. They come to watch me play cards. Is this a seedy poker club? No, it's a restaurant. We don't play for high stakes, there's no money involved. But real players carry cash, and they're always thirsty. It's a handy source of income for the club owner. Then, let's compete. I'll take you to the room. The hideout, yes. But before we go... Yes? Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Shady Smith. Oh, and I'm Rochelle, Spark Rochelle, news reporter. Oh, I'm... You gonna pass out? Go, yes. Go sleep, bye bye, bye Quinsby. Quinsby. It's a good name. It's a great username, by the way. I love it so much. Sleep well, dude. No. Phoenix, right. Huh? You must always look a man in the eye when you make an introduction. You still don't know who I am. Have we... Today, in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. I don't think we need to have a recap of that. I don't think we need to recap this again. We don't need the whole thing. Go on. Come on, let's just get back to it. Please. You can't be. But you're... Zachary Marie. Yes! The reincarnation act of the century. Pity I have only an audience of 1. You. Zachary Marie. This must be a bad dream. In a sense, this guy ruined my life. You there. Da. We will play soon. Ready the room. Da. I'll be preparing the hideout for you. Are you really him? The Zach Grammary? Now I'm Shady Smith. Remember this. How many years has it been now? 6? In exactly 3 days from now, it will be 7. I cause you much inconvenience, I fear. Yeah, you could say that. Is she well? Trucy, I mean. She's fine. I've got her working already. Hope you don't mind. I need hardly express my gratitude. But you have it. This is why I have come. That, and to settle a matter of cards. By which you mean poker. His eyes, he's serious. I despise losing above all else. And so I have decided that I will win tonight, no matter what it takes. I know this guy's type. They're dangerous. Everything's about the competition. All else is secondary. Perhaps we should take this time to talk before we play. I know you have much to ask me. And you. We competed that day 7 years ago too. Yes. You must have been surprised. Call to the detention center out of the blue. 2, 1. Showdown time. Do you not have... Why didn't you, like, change any of the cards? I lost. It's only a game of poker. Game I played it for a long time and only lost twice. Who was the first? The man I killed, of course. You chose your defense attorneys by playing poker. Some are hired, others fired. When you compete, you see man's true nature. You know what I speak of. I know that you do. Trucy's power. Trucy, she is in a class of her own. 7 years, I've played poker here at the Borscht Bowl Club. And I've never lost once. I'm good, but not that good. I win because whenever there's a big game, I bring in Trucy. And she sends me signals. Daddy, he's got a good hand. You might have a chance if you act quick. Better call him soon. Can you tell me what her power is? Judging a person's thoughts by reading their reaction is a staple of performance magic. But those of Trucy's line possess far greater skill. Her line? Recall, you were the second man of whom I lost. Magnifi Grammari. That was the first time I learned of this power, as you call it. Wait, so you're saying her power is genetic? It's just in the Grammari blood or something? Blood. I am sorry, but it is not something told lightly to outsiders. And it is nothing you need to know at this time. It's some kind of Grammari secret then. Fine. She's 15 this year. She's still trying her best to follow in your footsteps, you know. I see. When I planned my disappearing act, it was the thought of her alone that gave me pause. Wait, you were planning on vanishing from the get-go? Yes, and for that I must apologize. However, I could not be found guilty that day because of this. A transferal of rights. You see the signature. A transferal. That's Magnifi Grammari's signature, isn't it? I hereby give all rights and secrets stating the performance of my magic to the recipient named below, Zach Grammari. And the recipient's name is you, Zach Grammari. Yes, it is I. Wait, this page looks torn. You recall the diary, yes. So that was what was at the end of it. Okay. Very impressive that you managed to line up the torn with that. But, why the forgery then? Happens, I have here what I believe to be the missing page. How could I forget? Scrap of paper lost me my attorney's badge. This is the real page that was torn from the notebook. This motherfucker had the page the whole time and it would completely prove him innocent. Make no sense for him to kill him after all rights were transferred to him. So instead of hiding it and running, he could have just actually let Phoenix be an attorney. Yeah, but he's clearly a fucking idiot. You know, just fucking abandoning his daughter over this shit. But you know, whatever. Do whatever you fucking want to, I guess. McNaphee gave it to me that night. You could have told me earlier, like 7 years earlier. Once again, I must apologize. It was all I could do to prepare for my escape from the courtroom. The greatest of Magnifique-Gomery's illusions are true art. As such, they are protected by this document. Only is the bearer... Only the bearer may perform his illusions on stage. Sounds like a pretty important thing to have if you are his disciple. As the rightful heir to his art, I, too, wanted a rightful heir. Rightful? I'm sure you know who I chose as my successor. Your daughter. That is why I have risked all to come here tonight. Bruchel. Sir! Ah, here you go. What's this? A letter passing the rights I have inherited to Trucy. I would have you sign here as a witness. But I'm not a lawyer anymore. And you need a public notary besides... Ah, I may not look it, but I am a certified notary. You are? By day, I wear a notary's glasses and hunt for news. Also by day, I wear a reporter's glasses and notarize. When I take off the glasses, I can't see very well. Your signature, please. This is the first reason I have come here tonight. Oh, okay. I'm guessing that's what's in the envelope then. Oh. I've finally figured it out. Now I know why you've come out of hiding from me now. It's been 7 years, you said. Precisely. There's a law that covers this situation. After 7 years missing, persons are considered legally deceased. So, if someone was to vanish from the face of the earth 7 years ago, they would lose all rights as a living person after 7 years that day. Not to mention all of their possessions. Exactly. Which is why I am here. I risked showing my face in public for the sake of this document, before my 7 years are up. You might say, I am securing my daughter's inheritance. But do you really need this document? Wouldn't Trucy inherit your estate automatically? Not in this case, I'm afraid. This case? Yes, I received the performance rights from Magnifique-Gomery. However, This was done in secret, without witnesses. Before Magnifi died, 2 potential successors to his repertoire were named. Myself, Zach Grammary, and Valant Grammary, not Trucy. I see. So you do need this document. I have known Bruchel since before I vanished. He is a man I trust. Now, only 3 know of my rebirth. I took the liberty of looking into Trucy's background, and found you have no other close kin. It is as you say. Okay. I was kind of hoping he'd say something about the mother at this point. I know everyone else, but Trucy's mother is a mystery. This person in the photo is Trucy's mother. How did you come by this? Trucy showed it to me. She said her mother was gone. Then, it is so. Huh? She's gone. What more is there to say? Lots? Ah, I know. Whoa, you're still here? According to my in-depth research, Trucy's mother, Magnifi Grammary's only daughter, end quote. What? Magnifi's daughter? Is that true, Mr. Zan? Bruchel, you say too much. What? Why am I the bad guy here? Why? Zach decked him. In any case, Mr. Wright, this discussion is over. The last Grammary. She's the most mysterious of the whole lot. We need to gather some more evidence, clearly. Well, the prelude may have been longer than the main attraction. Shall we begin our game? My final competition. Final? Why? As you said, I have come out of hiding today to make this document legally binding. Once this is done, I shall slip once more underground. Without seeing your daughter? It would be best if I did not. 7 years ago, we played. 7 years ago, I lost. I already lost to Magnifi. I do not care to lose to another. And I have heard that you never lose. It's just a rumor. Yes, for it is impossible to never lose, unless one has an ace up their sleeves. As a magician, it causes me no end of irritation to think a mere lawyer might be out there pulling the wool over so many eyes. Hey, I just signed your document for you. Maybe you could try lightening up. That was that. This is this. For my final competition, I will destroy your perfect record, Phoenix Wright. This will be my final performance. You are warned. This guy is beyond serious. So much for a fun evening of cards. Bruchel, you may leave. But it's your last game. I mean, what a scoop. I punch, and I punch. But still, it is not enough. I just remembered a future, prior engagement. Toodles, gentlemen. Oh, and nice meeting you, Piano Man. Then let us begin, dealer. Da. You will witness our, you will be witness to our competition. Da. It is honor for me. Why haven't I seen her around here before? Ah, that reminds me. I saw a familiar face as I entered this restaurant. He did not seem to notice me, however. Gavin, I believe was his name. You know him? After fashion. Listen, Phoenix Wright. One can learn much from a true competition. Remember this. The Grammary power. I was close to understanding it, but I needed more. I knew where to get it. Trucy's mother. I'd need to meet that reporter again. That was clear. And one thing, from the moment my final competition with Zach began that night, a name was running through my head. Of the man, now in prison. A name Zach Marie knew, but how and why? I reckon he was the attorney before you, Phoenix. But why go out of his way to ruin you? Wow, this is weirdly fancy for a prison cell. That would be why. Okay, I get it now. Well, isn't this an unexpected surprise? What errand brings you down to my cramped confines? Gavin. Is this your idea of revenge? Phoenix, right? Revenge for the events that took away your attorney's badge 7 years ago. My past is like my logic, straight and true. Nothing's changed. All I did was point the finger of justice in the proper direction. Fine. I'm glad we could have this little tete-a-tete. Right. You look well, Phoenix Wright. You too, Gavin. Life has been full of surprises for both of us. I have no doubt you never expected to lose that attorney's badge of yours. And I'll bet you never expected to wind up here. Shady Smith was the name of the man you killed. Do you know who he really was? Who he was? Zach Marie. You know the defendant. I remember him, of course. Oh my. What's with that expression, Kristoff? But you say Smith was Zach? Impossible. Don't even try to tell me it was a coincidence. What did I just say? Life is full of surprises, don't you think? After that trial, you were arrested and found guilty, but your motive was never made clear. A mistake I plan to remedy. You're not an attorney anymore, Phoenix Wright. What possible conclusion do you think this investigation of yours can lead to? I killed a man named Smith with a bottle because I am an evil human being. Isn't that enough? Not for me, it isn't. I need to know why you did it, Gavin. You recall that case 7 years ago? Ah, yes. Trial where Zach Marie pulled his famous vanishing act. My brother won his fair share of praise and adoration for that trial, as I recall. Genius prosecutor reveals crooked attorney, wasn't it? That was when I met you, wasn't it? Was it now? The Bar Association Review Board voted unanimously for strictest punishment. Unanimous. Save for one dissenting opinion. Yours. It was my brother who was responsible for putting you in that position after all. For 7 years we've been friends, and yet I still don't understand you. But right, your friendship towards me was never pure. You suspected me then, as you do now, don't you? Honestly, right now, I'm not sure what I think. But I think it was the same with you two. You didn't just brain a guy with a juice bottle for no reason. Tell me why you did it. Persistent, aren't you? I came here because I remembered something. The night of our game, Zach and Marie mentioned your name, Gavin. Ah, that reminds me. I saw a familiar face as I entered the restaurant. He didn't seem to notice me, however. Gavin, I believe his name was. After that, he was killed, and I asked you to help me. Because I remembered your kindness back when everyone had turned on me. I seemed to be in a bit of trouble. Something like that. Dead, someone hit him hard. Me? Please. The cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands, should it come to that. I have to know. Why did you kill Shady Smith? No, Zach Gramaray. They're black? I've never seen psyche locks like these. Dark, cold, full of despair. Can I even unlock these things? Something wrong, right? No, it's nothing. You shouldn't push yourself so hard. Life is to be taken easy, you know. He's doing his nails. So I'm right. Oh, Christoph, you strange man. You intrigue me. You do indeed intrigue me. I don't think I have anything that I really want any information out of you. But I'm onto you. I saw this coming a mile away, sir. You're so fun. Anyway, I have a psyche lock up here that I wanted to deal with. See what I can get out of it. E. I have to know more about this power of Trucy's. It's like she can see right into people's minds. The first time I saw her do it, it blew mine. And after you were done having your mind blown, you took her to play cards with you? Yeah, gotta use the resources at hand, I always say. Yet, I myself have no such power. Trucy does. Why's that? Maybe Trucy got her power from her mother? Thalassa Gramaray? I will not speak of that. Thalassa is officially missing, correct? I don't think I know why you don't want to talk about her. Oh, interesting. Okay, so I think I need to get some info from Volant then. Okay. Okay. Hi, Volant. Let's deal with the psyche lock, shall we? Hello, sir. to explain, blah blah blah. Proof of this danger, then show it. What would be proof of the danger? Hang on. Can I just straight up ask you first? Would you tell me anything about this? Mr. Valant, could you look at this for me, please? Yes, I accept your challenge. Well. Challenge, huh? You want me to make it float, disappear, or shall I simply eat it? I didn't come here to play games, Mr. Valant, or watch you do tricks. Okay. Danger. What would be a danger? Could possibly come from that? Who knows, really? Who knows? I don't think I have a good enough information about it though. I think I need more information. I'll come back to you, Valant. What's going on over here? No. Hi, Sport. How you doing? See, there it is. Did you get it from him then? I'm so intrigued. Maybe I'll just side on over here for a closer look. That's a pretty bottle. Don't touch that, please. I'll get in trouble. It belongs to Vera, you see. She always puts it somewhere she can see it. She looks at it often. There's a little pink fluid inside. Nail polish, I'm guessing. What's this red envelope? Don't touch that. That's, it's quite important. Painter's face just changed hues. Yes, I'd better behave, though it's tempting to grab it. It's an awfully small frame. What's that? Inside it, a stamp? Oh, please don't touch that. I'll get in trouble. The stamp belongs to Vera, you see. She always puts it somewhere she can see it. Whoa. Man, their colours do work so well together. That's Zack and Valant, the Grammarese, isn't it? The post office issued that commemorative stamp last year, when the Grammarese were at the height of their popularity. Not anymore. One of them has vanished off the face of the earth. Vera went to see one of their shows when she was quite small. She's been a dedicated fan ever since. She watched them every time they came on TV until the end. I see. The stamp's quite hard to come by, I hear. I still wonder how she got her hands on it. Okay. Well then, Vera, you mind telling me about the stamp, hon? And then there's this. My stamp. Hey, she spoke. She can talk. Yeah, so the stamp. How can I get her to talk? Great magicians, aren't they? Isn't True Grammarye amazing? Yes? Oh, I especially like these two, Zach and Valant. I mean, they're just so magical. Aren't they? Aren't they? Yeah, whenever I go to one of their shows, I'm like, whoa, magic, you know? Me too, I love them. They're so cool. It's like magic, yeah. Alright, she's talking. Not saying much, but it's a start. I went and saw them with Father the other day. The opening ceremony at the Gramarye Museum of Magic. The Gramarye Museum? They have one of those? Guess it makes sense now that they have their own commemorative stamp. So, have you been to one of their shows? Just once, when I was little, with Father. The Gramarye's on stage. It was like a dream. Disappearing, reappearing, cutting apart, putting back together. They do it all. Yeah, maybe you can keep telling me stuff like this. You know, about Zack and Valant, maybe? Oh, sure. Alright. Better get asking before she changes her mind. They're the best in the world. Huh? Oh, you mean the Troop Gramarye, of course. Father gave it to me. Your father. But I asked him about it, and he didn't know how you got it. Oh, I guess I just took it, yeah. Took it? Father got a letter from that person. That person? You mean the letter from the client? Oh, we talked about the Gramarys forever that day. I'm sure that's why I was sent that stamp. I didn't want to just send it back, so I took it. A sneaky one, that client. So they were trying to get on a good side. I don't go outside much. I like to paint in here. So, don't you like the outside? Why don't you like the outside? There's bad people out there. Well, true, but there are lots of good people too. Actually, I should tell you. She was almost kidnapped once. Kidnapped. Since then she's been, well, you can see for yourself. She refuses to leave the house. I say, wait, but that doesn't make any sense. She said she went to the Gramarye Museum. With you, in fact. Ah, yes, actually, she was quite insistent on it. Much to my surprise. That was the first and last time she expressed such desire to me. That person gave me a good luck charm? A good luck charm? For when I absolutely had to go outside. Yes, apparently she received something. A gift. From that client, actually. She won't tell me what it was. Father, I told you to keep that a secret. From that client, huh? I have to hear about it. So, you met the person that asked you to do this job? And you talked with them? What's with the good luck charm you received? I can't talk about it. Eh? If I do, it won't work anymore. That's what I was told. Yeah, but I really have to know. Right. Time to do some psyche lock unlocking. Might as well. You seem to trust this client quite a lot, in fact. It's clearly the nail polish bottle, and besides, a Gant figurine doesn't even exist. The only figurines that exist for this series are Phoenix and Miles, I'm pretty sure. And at this point, they're super expensive, so I can't own them, which is upsetting. Unless we're talking about Nendoroids. There might be more Nendoroids, but I haven't looked into it. Because they gave you the stamp. No, that's not why. They listened to me, to my problem.
problem that keeps her inside all the time. Don't go outside if you don't want to. That's what they told me. But when I absolutely have to go out, all I had to do was use a good luck charm. A good luck charm that your client gave you? I think I know what your client might have given you, actually. Is this your good luck charm? Why didn't you pick it up, dude? I know what it is, clearly. Is it really not that then? But that's clearly what it is. That's an awfully small frame. Remember to stand for the gunneries inside. Okay then. If you say so. So, your father tells me you're good at painting all of sorts of things? I really like painting a lot. Father is always very happy when I paint them exactly the same. So you did this too? Oh yes, that was my first job. Your first? All I used to do was paint and the same thing I saw. But this was totally different. The pen slips and the way the writer held the pen and the pressure on the nib. I had to use a microscope to analyze it on the computer. She seems happy. Odd. I work with the last nail in the grammary coffin. I guess no one told her. I see. Well, I want you to talk, but what do I get you to talk about? It's not... Why didn't it add... Why didn't it add it to my record though? Because that's the answer. So why... So why isn't it? Why didn't it add it to my court record though? Why? I'm confused. Then it must have, it must be something that I need to get from the future then. With Gavin. Okay. Sure, why not? I'll go visit Gavin again. Gavin and his Gavinness. Gavin and his weirdo-ness. Come here, Gavin. Oh, to the future. To the present. You're thinking, what self-respecting man would use nail polish? Not really. I know appearances are a big thing for you. You know what I say. One cannot live a beautiful life without beautiful nails.
Yeah, no wonder people think you're gay, man. First rate in all things, except nothing less. That certainly looks like first rate nail polish. I like the sparkly bottle. It's crystal. If you're so drawn to it, please have one. It's on me. Weirdo. Envelope's been bothering me since I came in here. It's not nice to peek at other people's mail. You get mail here in jail? That I do. Though, they read it first, apparently. Still, I am allowed the pleasure of correspondence. Packages and the like are different matter, however. Looks like sneaking a peek at it is out of the question. It's got the stamp on it though. So you got a fucking lovely chair. I want that chair. I'll steal it when you're dead. Yeah. Oh, I know what it is. I know what the good luck charm is. I know. Your good luck charm is your nail polish. Weird. This was what they gave you, wasn't it? The same bottle over there on your desk. Your good luck charm, right? I heard once cosmetics were once thought to ward off evil. This is a magic bottle. It has the power. Of course it does. I'll just refrain from commenting any more about that one. I think I know who gave you that bottle, actually. The one who asked you to do this job was this client. This man is a friend of mine. You know him? His name is Christoph Gavin. He's a lawyer, actually. I promised not to tell. Christoph Gavin manipulating a small girl? I'm sorry. I can't talk about the client, I promised. If I break my promise, the spell won't work. I don't need a name anymore, I just got my answer. You're pretty confident in this charm, then? I think they might be the devil. Huh? Or maybe an angel? What do you mean? I saw it, or I think I saw it, when they gave me this. I saw the devil's face. Are you saying the client's face looked like the devil? No, the client was gentle, with a gentle smile. So where'd you see this devil then? It was so quick. I don't remember well. But that's when I knew that person wasn't the other person, like other people. That's why I believe in my good luck charm. Not sure what this devil she saw was. What's the look on his face? The way he looks at you when he feels like he has the upper hand. But it's pretty clear that Christoph Gavin has her charmed. Well, I think that's all. I'll be leaving now. I'm sorry for what happened. If you want to apologize, try my client, Zachary Marie. Did I do something bad? Makes you think that? Your eyes, they're sad. Very sad. I'll put on my smile next time I come, promise. I hope to see you smile then too, Vera. Oh, okay. Take care. Thinking back on my first encounter with the young forger, I witnessed something of vital importance that day. Of course, by the time I realized it, it was already too late. Interesting. What do I do then? Because this is clearly like a later thing. This is a later thing. I've got the 2 Gramarys. But what do they want to know? You want me to prove that there was danger. I don't know nothing about no danger. And you... I don't remember what Zach wanted me to tell him about. Jack, come on, come here, dude. I feel bad. I've been really quiet today. There's danger, 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 danger. Because neither of you will talk about... Neither of you will talk about your 3rd member. So I'm wondering. And this is your idea of danger. You don't agree, Mr. Villant? If you want my opinion, I would say that there is something far, far more dangerous. And it is you. Thank you, Mr. Villant. It's a little early for me to making mistakes. I think deadly. Well, it's more deadly than a fatal accident. And the pistol. Which is why you stopped doing that act. Because it didn't go well and she... Why? That's one of ours. Specially designed for your show, I gather. A single bullet, 1 shot. What are you suggesting? We are magicians, Mr. Wright, not murderers. I'm not crying murderer, Mr. Villant. I'm crying something far more tragic. An accident. Zach and Villant's quick draw shooting. How long has it been since those shots were last heard? Was the shooting cancelled because someone might get hurt? Of course! What other reason could there be? Why not just stage it though? And not use real bullets? Well, it could have been cancelled because someone had already been hurt. Fascinating. My Faustian forging friend. But, tell me, what can you prove with a single pistol? Well, tell me what would have happened if there had been an accident. What if one of your bullets took a life on stage? The performance of magic is not concerned with what-ifs. It is concerned with precision. Precisely whom do you claim we shot? Chosen the right path? Well, the life we sacrificed was none other than Trucy's daughter. And that's why you couldn't deny him. Because his daughter was dead. But that's Zach Mary's wife and Trucy's mother. Thalas, I believe, was her name. Alakazar! But how can you say this? How can you say she was struck by one of our bullets? Still in denial mode, eh? Thalassa was at the greatest risk of being shot, and this clearly shows just how much danger she was in. Well, the fact that you both shoot her at the same fucking time, you shoot in her general direction at the same time, like, clearly? Troop Gummery's performances were very, very popular. So popular, they even made a commemorative stamp at the height of your fame. We were not merely the latest craze, we were an age, a golden age. It's all here on this stamp. As Alassa, yes? Trucy's mother is missing, I hear. What happened to her? I don't know. Part of his memory is still locked up. There was one thing you're failing to address. What is that? I used to say our troop was a world unto itself. If our leader, Magnifi, was so inclined, he could hide anything he wished with ease. But, Mr. Wright, then he would have hid a crime, making him an accomplice. Not a great foundation for blackmail. Flant's got a point. If one of the troop members died in an accident, and Magnifi covered it up, his innocence would come into question. Found the right address, Mr. Wright. I'm so close. Has to be something. About how Thalassa's death could affect Zack and Valant's relationship with Magnifi. I see your eyes, and you still have something to say. You can. How can you possibly prove more than that you already have? Or prove why Thalassa's accident is tied with your hands so completely? With evidence or with a person? Good question. Because that's his daughter, or what, or Trucy's mother and the daughter of Magnifi. Tied your hands so completely. I don't really have any evidence, do I? I'm going to take a little knowledge of the players to crack this one. Accidental death of Zack's wife, tied with your hands. This information proves why Magnifi held so much power over you. It wasn't a question of who shot Thalassa herself. Thalassa herself was the problem. What do you mean? She was Zack Gramarie's wife, Trucy's mother, and Magnifi Gramarie's only daughter. It was a terrible accident. And the two of you killed your mentor's only daughter. That wasn't the key to Magnifi's power over you. I don't know what was. It was an accident. Surprised they let you have those rabbits in here. There's no proof. None at all. But Thalassa went missing, and your mentor blackmailed both of his disciples. It doesn't take a genius to put one and one together. Ours was a complex family. You mean Troop Gramarie. The master, Magnifi Gramarie, his only daughter. and his 2 disciples. It does sound like a recipe for disaster, doesn't it? Do not be tempted into faulty flights of fancy. Yes, there was an accident. But that is all it was, an accident. Zack and Valance toward the force. The guns blaze, the bullets fly, straight toward the beautiful body on stage. And then crash, zing, pow, into everything but her. Now that is magic. It happened one day when we were practicing. Same trick with a new twist and tragedy. But as for whose bullet stole Thalassa's life, we shall never know the answer. Thalassa disappeared from our lives, and Zack was bereft of his wife. Trucy lost her mother, and Magnifi his daughter. And that led to blackmail, I take it. It is all part and parcel of the darkness that comes when the curtains fall. Why did Magnifi Gramarye try to cover up the accident? It was his own daughter who died. All I can say is that it was a critical time for Troop Gramarye. A passing of the torch from Magnifi to Zack and Valade. We all sacrificed so that it might be a success. Thalassa's death was the greatest sacrifice of all, yet even when her life was extinguished, her presence was not. What do you mean? In time, we, myself and Zack, found we could no longer oppose Magnifi's wishes. Magnifi forced us to perform his art for his benefit. I see. I guess I can understand. I mean, he did not lose his only daughter. But do you not find cowardice in his actions? Huh? To decide to hide the truth of his own daughter's death is one thing, but then to hang that death as a guillotine over our heads. Things were dark behind the scenes in Troop Gramarye, that's for sure. Does Trucy know? She was not told. Naturally. Who would want to know that their father might have taken their mother's life? True. I had not thought of that accident for a very long time. I'm sorry to dredge up old memories, but this has helped a lot. Not to find Magnifi's slayer, I should think. True. After that accident, there was one who came sniffling quite persistently. A reporter. He called himself a newsman at the time. Often I spied him lurking about the dressing room doing his research. And that's why you hate him. Would you happen to remember his name? What was his name? Sorry, I have forgotten. But in the course of his interviewing, he became quite close to my partner Zack. I liked him not. I see. His name, I do not recall, but a scent, the glowing aroma of mint. Yes, whenever he smiled, which was far too often. I see. Thanks for your help. It does no good to interfere with the past, Mr. Wright. You will not uncover answers, only wounds. I'm sorry. I had begun to notice a dark curtain hanging over Troop Gramarye, and I began to realize what I had to do. I had to protect Trucy from that darkness. The reporter he mentioned, the newsman, I never learned who that was at the time. Though, I've got a pretty good idea of who it is now. The smile and the sickly sweet smell of mint. The last floss, thin thread connecting Zack Gramarye to the world. I can imagine Phoenix standing there like a noir detective as he recites this, smoking a cigar. It's great. Sooner or later, I'd have to track him down. So intriguing. Well then, all that remains is the present. This has been going much faster than I thought it was gonna. Well, this is a blast from the distant past. Long time no see, Mr. Valant. 7 years has it been? Frankly, I didn't think I'd even ever see you again. Actually, I came because there's something I want to ask you. I've spoken to the press. I've nothing more to say. I've spoken to a lot of people myself and come to the some conclusions. But then I realized I needed to hear it from you. I have walked a different road than these past 7 years. Because you couldn't perform Magnifi's repertoire. Do not be deceived. Valant's skill is the real deal. I don't require my mentor's hand-me-downs. No, it was my partner who slowed me on my way. Zach Gramarye. His rather well-performed disappearing act 7 years ago was the end. Or so I thought. Zach Gramarye murdered our mentor and fled to escape punishment for his crime. You said something to that effect 7 years ago, didn't you? I remember it as if it were only yesterday. Yet, that was not the way it is in the end. For while he vanished, the suspicions upon my own person never did. His partner Zag vanished to protect him. That's what those thieving magpies of the press said. Spinning it to be homoerotic, are they? I had no idea. Yet, that very same press comes to me now feigning interest. They cover the greatest magic show in history as if it were a vaudevillian destruction. And here I must stand, smiling at them all. What am I, if not a player in some fiendish farce? Might I suggest it's because you never made it clear what happened? Magnifi's death is still a mystery to this day. Which is why I came here to get the answers from you. I see. I knew I'd be seeing those sooner or later. The audience has no business stepping onto the stage. They must be content to sit and stare at the spotlight. That sounds an awful a lot like something he said 7 years ago. And why are my hiccups back? You went away. Why did you return? What do you want to know? Ask what you will, you'll get nothing from me. I am as much a part of this affair as you are now. I have to know what happened. For 7 long years I endured. Now, finally, the curtain lifts on my new golden age. Fuck me. Hang on. Whew. Are you gone now? Okay, don't interrupt me again. All the miracles of our troop within my grasp. Sorry to do this to you, Valant. Right now I need answers. I think I'll start by dropping a bomb that shouldn't shake things up. Valant, I wouldn't be so sure about those miracles. Not as long as I have this. the fact that Trucy inherited them. And what might that be? I see it bears the Gramarye seal. I should have brought this to your attention sooner. But I didn't imagine you'd be planning your comeback quite so fast. What is this? A document showing the true recipient of the performance rights to Magnifi's miracles. What? Zach Gramarye? He wrote this? What? He passed everything to his daughter? Trucy Enigma? Actually, she's officially my daughter these days. Preposterous! Zach is gone, vanished into the void. This is a genuine article. Zach was alive when he wrote it. Both myself and the notary can testify to this. Ugh. Why does fate toy with me so? I'm so sorry, man. You deserve something. Why must my life be lived in thrall to the dead? Oh, man. You're not the only one with that problem. But he shot Magnifi! Yes, it was Zach, it was! And then he left. And my career as a magician fell into darkness. Did you think there might be some way out of it? Say, if you could prove Zach Gramarye shot Magnifi. Was that why you testified? Yes! My way out. It should have been my way out. Well, it might not be too late, Mr. Vallard. All you need is a way to prove your case. Who really killed Magnifi Gramarye? Okay. I meant to prove that with evidence. And what evidence would that be? I don't think I have evidence for that yet. Let's have a look at elsewhere then. All right. I'll come back. I'll come back and lift your sorrows. I swear. Okay. You'll be the last thing I touch on. Or, well, I guess you won't be the last thing, because I still have to deal with Gavin. Eh? Well, what do we have here? Remember me? Of course I remember you! Journalist meets ex-attorney in bar, end quote. Can I ask what you're doing here? Mr. Masham was poisoned and his daughters. Oh yes, I know! Oh, how I know, yes. It's caused me no end of grief, to be honest. Journalist wishes he'd tracked down Kay's just a little quicker, end quote. Were you on the trail of this case the whole time? Zach Gramarye was a good friend. Zach said something to that effect back at the Borscht Bowl Club. What a character, what a man. If a little, extremely rough around the edges. Do you think I could ask a few questions? Oh, you serious? I mean, I'm usually the interviewer, not the interviewee. The journalist asks questions, not the other way around, end quote. Fine, shoot, I don't care. People have been asking me all sorts of things lately. It was tragic what happened to Drew Masham and his daughter. Forgery is a serious crime and they paid the price. You know what really did them in though, don't you? Yes. A forged diary page. That night I interviewed him. I found out something about Mr. Masham I hadn't known. What's that? You know, he always felt like he was being watched. Every day for 7 years. Walls have ears, potatoes have eyes, end quote. Being watched? You mean he felt guilty? No, I'm talking about the
feelings here. You know, I felt watched too. The whole time I've been on this case, no less. Journalist gets tingling sensation in the back of his neck and freaks out. End quote. Because you felt guilty? Why would I feel guilty? I felt like you were being watched, huh? I wonder what that means. Drew Masham felt like he was being watched. And you along with him. You sure it wasn't just nerves? Nerves? No, it's nothing so mundane. I stopped paying attention to my nerves a long time ago. But I felt it too. Journalist sure he is being watched. End quote. Don't you wonder why Zach Marie got rubbed out after 7 years? I don't know what that means, but okay. Right after coming into contact with me, he completely vanishes from the courtroom. Then, for 7 years, he talks to no one, not a soul. Then, just as the remaining time was almost up, he contacts me in order to have this made. And then he dies. Starting to put the pieces together, are we? And you were being watched this whole time. Maybe not just me, maybe you were too. Me? I met Zach through that case, actually. You mean the shooting of Magnifique Gramarye? No, before that. It's not widely known. You mean the accident during the quick draw shooting practice? My, you're well informed. You would have seen me back then. You should have seen me back then. I dug up quite the scoop. I wanted it all. Money, fame, women, a little puppy, all for me. I was younger then, and my days and nights smelled of fresher mint than they do now. Valant Gramarye did mention one particularly nosy reporter. In fact, I was on close speaking terms with Magnifique Gramarye at the time. I knew his daughter too, of course. Thalassa, was it? Really? Then, Thalassa disappeared quite suddenly at that, and Magnifique wouldn't say a word about it. Yeah, my evil habit got the better of me. Journalist catches scent of scoop, goes on feeding frenzy, end quote. I set up a one-on-one interview with Thalassa's husband to see. Zach Gramarye. Something strange was in the air of the Troop Gramarye in those days. The whole screwy, mental controlling disciple scene started on by then, I'm guessing. Thalassa's... she was part of it all, right? Come on, you can tell me off the record. Sorry, I don't know. Anyway, I kept prying and eventually became friends with Zach. Sure, he punched me once or twice, or 5 times, but of time he came to see me as his confidant. He's been waiting this whole time, 7 years, eh? Waiting? For his big comeback, of course. A big revival of the Magnifique miracle, of course. Because of this. Of course he can't, because of this, the performance rights. In the absence of any official documents, he was golden. Who's to say the old man didn't give his rights to both Zach and Valant? So Valant waited until Zach died, legally at least. The time finally comes and Valant's like a kid on Christmas morning. He's getting ready for a show in the Sunshine Coliseum, you know. If that document sees a legal light of day, is going to put a bit of a damper on the big show. He's a sorry one, that Valant Gramarye. Lost out to his partner too, at work too, and in love too. God, he's sad. Valant, you deserve something, you know. Love?
It's the same old story, really. 2 disciples and their mentor's only daughter. What is 3 sides and all of them pointy? A love triangle. That is pretty classic. Then, when you're in a performing troupe, that's your world. It's like family. One with an entire high school's worth of drama, intrigue, and backstabbing. And in the middle of it all, Salazar has Trucy. And then she dies. I need to find out more about this Salazar. Interesting. Can you tell me about her then? Mr. Bouchel, do you know this person? Do I know that person? Of course! I was friends with Zach after all. He hit me a few times, 5 times actually. But still, I never forget his wife. The Larsa Grammare. Magnifi Grammare's only daughter. Do you think you could tell me more about her? Well, why the heck not? So, Thalassa married Zach and had Trucy, see? It was her second marriage, actually. You mean she was divorced? I hadn't heard that one before. Not quite. Her late husband was a performer too. Apparently he died during some gig. Tragic, really. They had only been married 1 year. I didn't know. Yes, but she was a beauty. I still carry a portrait photo of her around, you know. That's a little weird, my dude. That's the bracelet Apollo has. I've known Trucy since she was a little thing, too. She got the better deal, really. She's got you for family, after all. What do you mean? Just reminiscing, you know. The Larsa has another child besides Trucy. So I was right to point that out. What? But Trucy said she was an only child. Ah, yes. This one she had with her previous husband. Her previous husband? Her first husband who died during the performance? Yeah, but they had themselves a kid. Another orphan now. That's another one who slipped through the cracks. No idea where they are now. The Larsa had another child. Do you think I could borrow that photo? Sure! I can be generous on occasion, you know. I won't need this locket anymore. Better return it to Trucy before I forget. People and events get tangled together and get bigger and bigger, don't you think? I was too busy wondering about bigger to listen to what you were saying. Sometimes you just gotta accept that you won't be able to untangle it all, I think. Maybe so, but still, I have to do what I can. And I have to tell what I find to those who come next. Next, you say? I'm not the one who will close the curtain on this little play. Apparently, that's not my role anymore. Magnifi. I was just wondering about Magnifi would think all of this. What do you mean? Haven't you seen it in Trucy? She's got his power. You mean how I can't lie to Trucy? It was the same with Magnifi. And with his daughter, the Larsa. Strange thing. You think it's some grammary gene. Magnifi told me once back when Zach married the Larsa. He said Zach had good eyes. But not good like a Grammaree's eyes, not that good. Wonder if Zach ever played a game of poker with his wife. Who knows what the Grammaree's secret was? Maybe nobody. Now that Zach's gone. Zach Grammaree. Blood had finally begun to reveal itself. It sprouted from a warp in the Gramarye fabric and grew, swallowing everything, wrapping itself around the Gramarye's power. A power which passed from Magnifique Gramarye to Thalassa into the next generation. And I would once again need to meet the one who bridged it all together. Interesting. Okay. What was it that you wanted me to tell you? I have to know more about this power. It's Trucy, blah blah blah. Boosts power, from the wife, and I think I know why you don't want to talk about her. I will not speak of that, and I think I know why. Because of, what do I present with that then? The trick? Or the stamp? The three of you were a team once. Not that the entire country doesn't already know this. At your peak, you were the biggest stars around. Yet, there's another story behind the fame, one that not many know. Thalassa lost her life during a rehearsal to you and Valant Gramarye's bullets. It was an accident. It wasn't me. How could I shoot my dear Thalassa? I'm sure Valant would say the same thing. Why, it's just like another murder, I might mention. Damn you. Her eyes. I love Thalassa's eyes. To think they could read my mind was frightening. Yet there was a warmth in them that felt like an embrace. She is dead, and Magnifique Gramarye has joined her. So the only one with her power left now is Trucy? Mr. Zach? I do not know. I don't need any power to see through that one, buddy. So there's someone else. Someone other than Trucy. Someone who inherited Thalassa's powers. How would I know? My chances are slim. It would take a miracle to learn the truth. Or maybe one has already occurred. There is someone else with that power. And it's Apollo. Because you two have the same bracelet. This boy. His name is, I forget, something weird. That's right, Phoenix, you do have a way cooler name. Who could he be? An attorney. Attorney. I noticed him when I went to visit a friend's law officers. So, what are we to make of this, oh great ex-attorney? You can show me pictures of strange boys all you like. But you could at least say something like, I'm this boy. I could use a laugh. Perhaps you wouldn't laugh if you knew the facts. This might not be 100% proof, but it's close. There's a link between this boy and Thalassa. Actually, it's more of a ring. A ring. Perhaps this will refresh your memory. I just so happen to have evidence showing the missing link. This photo of her wearing the same bracelet. Actually, I know something. Your marriage to Thalassa was her second. How did you know this? Her first husband He died a year after they were wed, yes? He was a performer. They met when he joined us Grammar-Rays as a guest in our show. After Thalassa wed him, she left the troupe for a while. And you say she had a child then? I have a photograph of her here. I couldn't help but notice that what she was wearing when I first saw this. Same here, Phoenix. On the same wavelength once again. Those bracelets stand out. They are a Grammar-Ray family heirloom. This boy wears a bracelet just like this one in the picture. What? So, that's why. Why what, Mr. Zack? I took this photograph of Thalassa before she left us. When she returned, she wore only one bracelet. I bet I know where that other one went. She gave it to this boy, her son. I see. This strange power, I myself do not know from where it comes. Yet, the fact is that it's passed down the Grammar-Ray line. It runs in their veins. What is it? I asked her, Thalassa, once. This is what she told me. Her power responds to tension in others. Tension. If she were to face a person and they became tense, even slightly, then she would know, no matter how hard they tried to hide it from her. So she could see it. Not quite. This is the strangest part of it all. She wouldn't realize that she was subconsciously detecting this tension without the use of a particular object. Or in her case, objects. Objects? Wait. Were they something she wore? Yes, her bracelets. I admit, the first time I saw one of those, I felt like they were more than just fashion. But what kind of power could a bracelet have? I have made a decision. I will tell you all I know. Consider it a gift. Cool. Well, I hardly need you to tell me at this point, but those two are brother and sister, yes. And the brother, too, has this power of theirs. So Trucy has an older brother. I wonder what will come of that. Mr. Riot. Tonight, after our game is done, I will return to a life of hiding. I would not see her live her life without knowing. I understand. I'll tell the two of them when the time is right. I'm in your debt. Once again. No kidding. What I want to know is how all of this got so messed up. Those bracelets are made of a special alloy. It is said to expand and shrink very slightly to respond to body warmth. So they're temperature sensitive or something. Yes. This is how it can shrink to the exact size of the wearer's wrist. And this is something to do with the power? What have I told you? A Grammar-Ray power reacts to tension in others. When a Grammar-Ray senses tension, they too become tense. And this tension translates into minute contractions of their muscles. So minute, they cannot sense it on their own. Their muscles. Oh, so that's what the bracelet's for. With the bracelet on, they can sense these contractions. Because the bracelet is always a perfect fit. So when the person they're watching gets tense, the bracelet feels tighter on their wrist. Precisely. But that alone doesn't really count as mind reading. I believe I understand how the process works from there. It's a simple question of eyesight. Eyesight. I guess that sounds simple enough. Have you ever heard of kinetic vision? Something about the ability to move objects with full clarity, right? I've heard of it before. They say athletes can see a moving ball like it stopped if they focus. Oh, but it's not confined to sports alone. It all relies on the ability to focus. When we focus, we can see many things. The faintest twitch of the face, the meaning that lies behind it. Therein lies one of the secrets of magic. One must know the mind of a crowd before one may distract it. So basically, what you're saying is the Grammarians can see really well. For them, seeing is more than believing, it is knowing. Their power relies on the eyesight combined with exceptional focus. Things are starting to come into focus for me too. Of course, it is difficult to maintain such levels of focus for any length of time. But what if someone could tell you when to focus? Or something. Precisely. But wait, Trucy doesn't have any bracelet. You were talking about poker, yes? A timing of when to focus is so elementary, she probably does it without thinking. I doubt Trucy herself has realized it. This is all I know of things, Grammary. Thank you, Mr. Zack. If this boy's bracelet is the real thing, then he will use it before long, thereby awakening his power. I will keep that in mind. Well, shall we play a game? I've said so much. Let me say one more thing. I will tell you of that night. That night. The night my mentor, Magnifique Grammary, passed from the world to the next. There were 2 pistols and 2 letters sent. This was Magnifique's test. A test. In his last years, Magnifique Grammary worked us to the bone, no, to the pain. But that night, I could not shoot him, so I shot the clown's forehead instead. This, it seems, was the correct answer. Take this. I give my art to you, Zack. What? It is thanks for playing along with my show. You shot well tonight, Zack. Though, I would not have minded dying by your hand. How could I shoot you? You're my mentor. I thought you might say that. If I went home without shooting anything, what would you have done then? Then, of course, I would have given Volant his chance. And if I had shot you in the forehead instead, then it would be over. If you or Volant were to shoot me in the head, then I to the darkness would go, and my art with me. A fitting end, don't you think? Ah. Yet, this ending too gives me no cause for regret. I thank you, Zack. And I am sorry. I have done much that was wrong in my day. Seems to me that Magnifique wanted you to be his successor all along. So by the time he gave you was earlier than Volant's. Perhaps. But it is not something we will ever know for sure now. I wonder, what is Volant up to these days? Waiting for you to die. If 7 years pass like this, the performance rights go to him. And now here I am, and his dream is ended. It's worse than that, actually. Public opinion's a fickle thing, you know. What? You don't mean to tell me they've put blame on our mentor's death on him? Trial ended when you vanished, Mr. Zack. There were even rumors that the Volant had helped you pull it off. But that's madness! Well, seems that before I can once again disappear from this world, I have one more act to perform. Isn't it odd that sorting out my life should prove so complicated, even though I'm dead? At night, Zachary was killed. He died as Shady Smith, a mysterious traveller with a secret past. But he left one thing behind before he parted. This. 7 years pass. I, Zachary, murdered my mentor, Magnifique Marie. I apologize for the trouble I caused by my sudden departure from court and hereby confess to my crime. It's confession, to use as I saw fit. Of course, he'd killed no one. This was his way of tying up loose ends with his old partner, Valat Gummery. Interesting. Well then. Valant, I apologize, my dear sir. Anyway, I love your little spinny cane thing. I love you. Mwah. Anyway, here you go. Here's the bad news. And then I give you the other bad news. Yes, dude. Yes, my dude. Yes, my dude. Yes, my dude. You really killed Magnifique Gummery. I believe I have the answer to your prayers right here. Zach Gummery won't. One more thing before passing on. This is a confession in which he admits to the killing of Magnifique Marie. See, all according to your plan. I am a magician by trade. Deception is my life's work. I fool the audience, give them a fleeting dream. Yet, seems the tables have turned. Now I am the audience, believing in the deceptions I have wrote upon myself. Zach wrote this right in front of me, after I explained your situation to him. Alakazo. You do know what this confession is nothing but lies. Yes. It's my opinion that Zach Marie killed no one. Then you must be thinking the truth is a simple matter of elimination. Two receive the instructions to kill, but if one is innocent, then the one who remains is guilty. That would be the logical conclusion, yes. So he vanished to protect me, his partner. Ha ha ha! A stirring tale, 'tis true. Did you shoot Magnifique Marie in the forehead? If I had, and I told you, what would you do? Run to the police, perchance? Do as you will. There is nothing left for me now. Oh, wow. It is true, after all. I have little talent. I needed my mentor, Magnifique's repertoire. It was as if a little demon grabbed hold of me. He knew it. So Valant Gummery did kill the great Magnifique. So sorry, Mr. Wright. But if it was not I who shot my mentor... What? But if it wasn't you, then who was it? There wasn't another disciple, was there? Another disciple such as... I don't know. Knack and talent, Gummery, maybe. Your wild fancies couldn't be further from the truth. Only Zach and Valant received those threatening letters. But there was another. One more person who could have fired that pistol that night. I don't suppose you figured it out by now. It wasn't Sack of Alat who shot Magnifi. There had to only be one other. There had to be one only other person at the scene, which means. Wait, you don't mean? Yes, the great Magnifi Grammarly himself. Really difficult to shoot one in the forehead like that. So Magnifi Grammarly committed suicide. You find it hard to believe? My bio made you laugh? Yeah. I was not good at video games when I was a child, I can say that much. You find it hard to believe? To be honest, I hadn't even imagined it to be a possibility. When I arrived that night, the old man was still alive. He appeared to be asleep. I could not shoot him. But when I turned and made my way to leave, the old man called out to me. So you spoke with Magnifi Grammarly? Yes. And this is why I knew what he had done. Magnifi transferred the rights to his repertoire to my partner, Zach Grammarly, not me. I see. You still not as an adult? Neither am I, mate. That's why I play shit like this instead of anything else, really. Then I guess I owe you my apology. I always thought you were the one who did it. You owe me no apology. Huh? My crime was, in a way, more serious than that of murder. You'd still mess this shit up? You know what? I can totally believe that. Every 8 hours I have to go look up a walkthrough because I'm like, I don't know what they want me to do anymore. Like, let's say, like 10 hours ago, I thought that I forgot that, asking about people was a thing, and that got me stuck for a good 10 minutes. My crime was, in a way, more serious than that of murder. What? Your crime? Was the Grammarly confessing something to me? What could be more serious than murder? You see, I knew that 2 letters had been sent. There were no secrets between partners. It was easy to find out. That was when I understood Magnifi's plan.
You like my little guy, my little PNG? I love him too. He's my little baby and I love him so much.
He's the cutest of cuties. I love them so much. He wanted to die by one of your hands. Little did I expect it had anything to do with the rights. Did I expect it had anything to do with the rights of his repertoire? That was when I heard it. The little demon whispering inside my heart. The demon. Let me confess, I had intended to shoot Magnifi. And I planned on framing my partner for the crime. What? Do I have law? Absolutely not. I won't even tell you if these rabbit ears are real or not. I'm just really bad at making OCs. I just wanted a cute design. That night, I prepared something before going to Magnifi's hospital room. Which was? IV fluid, of course. I've seen it on an earlier visit. If Zach did not shoot, I would do the deed. Then I would use the IV liquid to place a murder on his hands. That was my plan. But you didn't shoot him. I could not. The demon in my heart fled when the moment came. And then Magnifi called me back. I'm sorry, Valant. I am giving my magic to Zach, not you. You still lack the draw he has. Please, help him if you can. I left the room. And then I stopped. The shock of what I had just been told consumed me. That is when I heard that fateful gunshot. Magnifi Marie killing himself. Then, the demon awoke anew within me. Zack killed him. He has to be the one. Frame him, and the magic will be yours. I altered the scene of his suicide. I took the pistol from his hand, wiped off the prints. And then I used a syringe to add the IV liquid I'd brought. So in the end, things happened pretty much as planned. Magnifi died, and framed Zack for his murder. As planned. Indeed. Of course, the outcome was somewhat different than I had anticipated. Well, what do you think? Do you believe my story? Can it be believed, truly? That was 7 years ago. I don't know what to believe, but yes. I'm glad I heard it from you, Mr. Valant. Thank you. It is I who should be thanking you, Mr. Wright. For when I had lost everything, could I make my decision? You going to turn yourself in? My partner may have vanished, but not so my guilt. And so my guilt stays. All else begins to leave me. My friends, my performance rights, my magic. I'd have enough of vanishing acts. I understand. I thought my life was ruled by a dead man, but I find I was wrong. For Zack Gramarye was alive. Well, not anymore. And now, it occurs to me, what if he was not the only one who survived? What do you mean? You see, now that I think about it, I realize that no. I never saw proof of her demise. We never saw her body. Her? The mind races, mouth flaps on. My apologies. Forget this matter. I can only hope that the day will come when I again meet my partner, Zack Gramarye. Then, I shall apologize for my terrible mistake. I am glad we had this chance to talk. Thank you. Oh, he's a sad old man. Ah, you know I'm weak to those. Zack Gramarye, Shady Smith, which is the name you prefer. He is no longer with us. The truth revealed in that trial was only a sliver. And the impenetrable darkness that remained has taken another life. I knew that I'd have to do what I'd have to do to push back the darkness for good, and it would involve paying that man a visit. Alright then. Hi, Gavin. What's up with you, sir? What have you been up to since I last saw you? Sorry, sir. Prisoner Christoph Gavin is currently occupied. I see. Do you know when he'll be finished? Well... Could you go find out? Certainly, sir. Yes, wait here a moment. My apologies to the guard. But there's something I need to say. This envelope. There it is. The yellow envelope. And the sender is Drew Misham. I was right. When I arrived at the studio, Mr. Misham was at his desk. He seemed to be writing a letter, but he quickly sealed the envelope. It was a yellow envelope. I heard it was left at the crime scene. If this is the letter that Drew Misham wrote, then there's something I need to do. The last thing I need to do, in fact. Here goes. Atraquinine! My favourite word. Let's see if this atraquinine spray finds anything. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Atraquinine! So this is Drew Misham's messenger of death. It was a stamp, alright. No mistaking it. And this last letter was sent to Christoph Gavin. The interview request came, like you said it would, and they're looking into the case. I swear on my life I won't tell them about you, so please release the spell you've put on my daughter. I'll write later with a report. Gotcha. Finally, decisive evidence. What's this? A burglar in jail? Gavin! I didn't know you moonlight in larceny, right? Gavin, there's something I have to ask you. Can I steal your stuff? The answer is no. My apologies, but there's not much I care to discuss. Vera Misham hasn't received her verdict yet. You follow me, Gavin? There are no known supervisors of atraquinine poisoning. But, you mean survivors. I said supervisors, I'm sorry. But it never hurts to hope. Okay. I'll be leaving now then. Right. Wait. Yeah, Gavin. Would you mind leaving that letter? It's private. Oh, sorry. Forgot I had it. Many thanks. Oh, I see. We've seen all the clues in this case. Clues I gathered over 7 long years. Now, it is time. Every story has an ending. We've come to the final chapter, the final trial. Find the truth. You're the only one who can. You got it, Mr. Right. The end is nigh. Welcome to court. 7 years. All leading to one verdict. A verdict which you must decide. Is the defendant, Vera Misham, innocent or guilty? The courtroom doors are opening. The trial awaits. Are you ready to begin? Something inside me rises, surfacing. Something important. Lost on go. It's close now, so close. Court is now in session for the trial of Vera Masham. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Prosecution's ready to rock. Prosecutor Gavin, how is the defendant, Vera Masham's condition? Acute actroquinine poisoning, according to a physician. She could die at any time. Thus, her absence from the courtroom today. What? They can't put her on trial without her being here? It is unusual. They should wait for her to get better and then do it. It's so bureaucratic of them. It's being a little harsh. I can't delay the trial any longer. My voice is soothing. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. It makes me so happy that people like listening to me. Or they risk having no one left to try. A trial without a verdict can only cause grief. The records of this case and experience tell us this. Apologies to the defendant, but the show must go on. Right. If Vera dies, the trial will be cancelled. I'm not going to let that happen. It's a right. It will be everything that's been going on behind the curtains all these years. I'm going to get Vera her innocent verdict while there's still time. Very well, your opening statement, Prosecutor Gavin. The prosecution's case is unchanged by recent events. Why did Vera Masham succumb to poison? Because she couldn't live with the guilt of what she'd done. But Vera was poisoned with atropine, the exact same poison that took her father's life. What better confession could you ask for? Being the killer, she would have had access to the poison. Significant, since it's rather hard to come by. That is true. In other words, I see no need for further discussion. We could have had our verdict yesterday. Well, Mr. Justice, if you have no objections, I see no reason to postpone a verdict. What we need to worry about isn't a verdict, but the trial itself. The defense holds that Vera Masham is the victim, not the killer. If that's so, then you have proof. You have to prove something. She was in the court giving her testimony before us. How do you propose the killer poisoned her? Oh, and incidentally, it would be nice if you told us who her mystery killer was. I'm sorry to say, Calavia, but you might know him a bit too well. The prosecution's objection is sustained. I ask the defense to prove its claims to this court. Tell us how Vera Masham was poisoned. I've got two things to prove here. One, who did it, and how. Which should we hit first? I think we should go how first. How did the killer poison Vera Masham? I will focus first on the method used. Any comments before we begin, Prosecutor Gavin? Not a bottle or container of poison was found in the defendant's body. I see. So, the vector of poisoning is unknown. Is the defense prepared to prove how the poison reached Vera Masham? Yes, Your Honor. Very well. That method... What method was used to poison Vera Masham? The nail polish. Oh, that's so fucking evil of you, Christopher. Christoph, sorry, there's no ER at the end of that. Jesus fucking Christ. What's this? What a beautiful bottle. I'd like to give whoever designed that a hand. Is that nail polish? It's colourless. Something the matter? No, nothing. Nothing at all. Yeah, you definitely don't recognise this bottle at all. So the killer put poison in this bottle and made her drink it? As Prosecutor Gavin has told us, this is nail polish. Nail polish? It's like paint for fingers? For nails? Know any women with red nails? Ah, my wife has red nails. So she's been painting them with this whole time. Let's recall yesterday's trial. Remember when Vera was testifying to the court? Court is now back in session. Vera seems pretty tense. She's practically chewing her fingernails off. Whenever Vera became nervous, she had a habit of biting her nails. Her nails, Prosecutor Gavin. When the prosecution had Vera examined, did they check her nails? Bailiff, have them check the defendant's nails at once, Mr. Justice. Yes. Do you know who did this? Do you know who put poison in the nail polish? Yes. That bottle belongs to Vera Masham. Why do you ask? Know someone else who might have a bottle like this? No, just checking. Mr. Justice, you are about to accuse someone of poisoning that bottle of nail polish. Please dispense with the chatter. You realize the weight of this accusation. Here, let me show you. Understood, Your Honor. No problem. I know what I'm doing this time. Then let me ask, who poisoned Vera Masham via nail polish? What's this? Christoph Gavin? What's your game? My bro? There's no way he could do a thing like that. You should know that better than anyone else. Dude, he is behind bars. I know. However, that doesn't mean it was impossible to do what he did. What? Ask yourself when he put the poison in that bottle. It could have been yesterday. It could have been a month ago. Maybe it was a year ago. Or perhaps it was 7 years ago. But Christoph Gavin had no motive for killing this poor girl. It's simply inconceivable. Prosecutor Gavin doesn't seem to think so. Her face tells me one thing. Christoph Gavin's own youngster brother didn't find it inconceivable at all. Well, Prosecutor Gavin, if you feel there is a clear and pressing need, then we may have to summon Christoph Gavin from jail as a special witness. Fine. I've known for some time of the impenetrable darkness that lurked at the bottom of this. A darkness that has swallowed even myself. Okay. The defense's wish is granted. Let prisoner Christoph Gavin take the stand. Gonna go watch a movie with your fiancé. Bye-bye. Have so much fun. Thanks for dropping in. Bailiff, begin proceedings to call a special witness. The witness is Christoph Gavin, currently residing in solitary cell 13 in Central Prison. Your Honor, how nice to see you again. It's been quite a while, hasn't it? To what do I owe the pleasure of your company? It's not every day I'm summoned from my solitary cell. In fact, it's never. I think you already know, Mr. Christoph Gavin. Mr. Justice. I hear you've been doing quite well for yourself. Ugh. Why do I feel like somehow he's still my boss? Stiff upper lip Apollo, you can do it.
Does this bottle look familiar? Ariadne nail polish? Why yes, I use it myself. As did the late defendant, I hear. She's not dead yet. And was there something concerning this bottle you wish to ask me about? I admit, I respect her for her taste in nail polish. Her taste, indeed. This nail polish was how Vera Misham was poisoned.
Atroquinine, was it?
You're well informed about the case, Mr. Gavin.
Even in solitary, much comes to my desk, and I have nothing to do but read. Well, Calavia, maybe you can explain this? You're being accused again by him. Again. And you agree with his accusation, do you? Let's hold a proper trial, shall we? Christoph Gavin, your testimony, please. I'd be delighted. The charges against you are quite severe, Mr. Gavin. You are suspected of poisoning the defendant Vera Misham. Please testify on this matter to the court. Owning the same nail polish does not make me a murderer. I have been in solitary confinement for half a year. How could I poison her? Her father died of the same poison, the meaning of which should be clear. The prosecution's case holds she poisoned her father, then attempted to poison herself. Surely you aren't going to suggest I was reasonable for poisoning her father too? Responsible for poisoning her father too? That's exactly what I'm saying. Well, I'm afraid the defense's claim is sounding rather unlikely. Naturally. For one, I don't even know the Mishams. Isn't that so, Mr. Justice? Very well, Mr. Justice, begin your cross-examination. I'm accusing Christoph Gavin, my ex-boss. But I know he poisoned the Mishams. The question is when could he have done it? Not to mention why. Okay, what evidence do I have? Oh, and I can use the bracelet. Okay, so the only new things I have is okay, cool. Tell me, is this nail polish expensive? Aridone is a nail polish of the highest order. Not only is it fabulously expensive, but it is made extremely limited quantities. And you and Vera just happen to both use it? It can't be a coincidence. I'm guessing it's not a coincidence. Huh? It's simple. Ariadne is the best nail polish one can buy, correct? Then, if one wanted the best polish, one could buy it. That makes sense. Why, it's a bit like my feelings toward my brand name gavel here. And my silk top hat. Are you done showing off our refined tastes? Please continue with your tasteful testimony. I have been in solitary confinement for half a year. How could I poison her? Her father died of the same poison, meaning... the meaning of which is clear. Prosecution case holds. Surely you aren't going to suggest I was responsible for poisoning her father too. What would be the lie here? Father died of the same poison. Prosecution case holds. Surely you aren't going to suggest I am responsible for poisoning her father too? Look at you. Wow, look at his eyes there.
Anyway. Prosecution's case holds. She poisoned her father and attempted to poison herself. Okay. Okay, I'm questioning my ex-boss. His testimony seems watertight, but he's lying. I'm sure I'll be able to see something as long as I focus. Okay. Insane mild polish doesn't make me a murderer. I've been in solitary confinement for half a year. How can I poison her? What else can I say? Your fingers? She poisoned her father. And then attempted to poison herself. Wow, you're very good at lying, sir. Father died of the same poison, meaning which is clear. Every year, how can I poison her? Surely you aren't going to suggest I am responsible for poisoning her father too. Both Vera and Miss Masham were poisoned with atropine. That really can't be a coincidence. The defense is repeating fallacious statements based on conjecture. The prosecution requests concrete, unambiguous proof of the witness's crime. Objection sustained. The defense will please present concrete proof. Does Prosecutor Gavin seem strange to you? It's like he's all grown up. I think that's how prosecutors are supposed to be, actually. Oh, he is acting different than usual. I'll bet it's a lot to do with his brother Christoph being in the room. Well, let's make this testimony count, Apollo. Right. Quick. I'm painless. My bracelet should do the trick.
Okay. I think I'm just gonna have a look at all the statements, just in case. So I don't actually know which one is the clear and obvious thing that he's lying about. Okay. Nothing in your face. And then we look at your hands, and if there's nothing in your hands, then we move on. Seems reasonable to me, doesn't it? Wearing the same nail polish does not. It's not a matter of make. It's not a matter of make. I've been in solitary confinement, and how could I possibly do it? Good! That's a very good question, Christoph, sir. And honestly, I'm so glad that you came back here, so then I can actually put you on a thumbnail? You get to go on a thumbnail. How does it feel? Excited? I know I am. I've been in solitary confinement for half a year. How could I? I'm gonna pass on that one. Circle back if I don't find anything. Father died. Yes, we all know her father died, sir. You're so tense, Kristoff, sir. Have you considered just telling me the truth into this microphone? I'd prefer. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Father died of some poison. The meaning of which... Oh my god. This is very tedious. This is like the most tedious thing I've ever had to do in this game. Prosecution's case holds. She poisoned her father and then attempted to poison herself. I already looked at that one. But you weren't suggesting that I am responsible for poisoning her father too. And that came up with nothing too, because I looked. Okay, I'm missing something then. What would I be missing? Would I be missing... What would I be missing? Oh. I see. Well, that would have been obvious if I hadn't just looked around a bit more. Mr. Gavin, you're nervous about something. There's a finger pointing at me so rudely. And that desperate gleam in your eyes, it's quite disturbing actually. Perhaps because you have no faith in your own logic. This is why you cling to your dubious power. Confidential or not, I've come a long way, Mr. Gavin. There's a little more to go. I need a word. See a word to send shivers down his spine. I was a little bit on the ball there. Surely you aren't going to suggest I was responsible for poisoning your hand tense there, sir. Gotcha! That is great design. That's great design. That is such good design. It was you who killed Drew Masham. A bluff worthy of your new mentor, Mr. Wright. Oh, really? But you see, I saw it. Right then, you said her father too. Your hand tensed unnaturally, and a little devil appeared to give me the news. And let's assume, for the sake of argument, that you saw me being tense. What does that mean? Are all tense witnesses guilty? And tell me, was Drew Masham found fond of nail polish too? Sorry, but there's more than one way to poison a man. You don't need nail polish to get to someone's mouth. Then I must be very talented indeed. You see, Drew Masham was killed on October 6th, while I was already in a solitary confinement cell at Central Prison. If that's not an alibi, then I don't know what is. But you found a way. All the same. And I found it too. This is how you poisoned Mr. Masham. I
sure this commemorative stamp requires no introduction. The night Mr. Masham died, he was seen writing a letter. Quinine was found on the stamp, Mr. Gavin. So I am to understand the stamp was the murder weapon. Yes, you are. Oh, and yes, the stamp was found in your prison cell. That is all, Your Honor. Order, order. Poison on the back of the stamp. After Drew Masham was killed, someone paid a visit to this witness's cell. Phoenix Wright. Daddy? That's when he found the stamp. You made Drew Masham write a new letter. That's how you killed him. What? My. You've upset my poor brother to the point of uselessness. Allow me to clarify this matter, Justice. All you need to do is recall witness Spark Bruchel's testimony. Well, that's the thing, see? After he put his letter in that envelope, Mr. Masham sat there searching his desk drawer for something. His desk drawer? Yes, a stamp! A so-called postage stamp. End quote. He was looking for a stamp. Ergo, he had no intention of using this stamp. What are you getting at? What I'm arriving at is that this commemorative stamp was in a frame. It was mere coincidence that he used it that night. That would seem to be the case. Or perhaps you mean to suggest that I can somehow manipulate coincidence. He does have a point. How would this witness know if the victim was going to use that stamp? Without that, he couldn't have planned the murder. What? Really, Calavia? You should be seeing through this weak-spined bluff by now. He's right, though. How could anyone have known Mr. Masham would use that stamp that night? Least of all, Christoph Gavin locked away in his cell. Well, seems the defense has run out of things to say. You assume he had something to say in the first place. I believe the defense's bluff has been called. Defense's bluff? I'm not sure I agree with you there, Christoph. Calavia. Honestly, I wanted to believe you, but the defense wasn't trying to get away with the bluff. You were, Christoph. What are you saying, Prosecutor Gavin? Forehead. What was your accusation again? Huh? Oh, it was that this poison stamp killed Drew Masham. Yeah. To which my brother responded thusly. There was no way to know when Masham would use the stamp. Yes, that's right, which is why it couldn't have been planned. Tell me, it needs to be planned. Why? Why couldn't it have been a coincidence? The defense's case is simply that Drew Masham died by the stamp, that's all. Coincidence. Christoph, you try to slip out from under his accusation by changing the subject. If that's not bluffing, what is? What are you up to, Calavia? I could ask you the same question, Christoph. I silence the defense with the fewest words possible. It's called efficiency. But, Mr. Gavin, that's impermissible testimony. Very well. I shall take this claim head on then. Justice?
What? You accuse me of Drew Masham's murder, yes? Then, allow me to ask you, what possible reason could I have to kill a painter? Apollo? Motive? He's talking about a motive. Indeed. It's hard to see how an attorney could come to want to kill a painter. Now here's something. Why didn't he bring up the motive from the very beginning? Unless he was afraid of it was a battle he might lose. So, what does it mean? It means there might be a weak spot. Maybe I have some evidence to prove a motive. A motive for murder. This is vital, if not the most vital element in this case. Please consider this when making your statement. I'd say it's about this vital. That's pretty vital. Well, Mr. Justice, I'm going through with this no matter what. Understood, Your Honor. I'd like to present evidence. Then, let's see what you have for us. What reason did Christoph Gavin have for wanting to murder Drew Masham? This? Christoph Gavin's motive becomes clear when we consider why the stamp came to Drew Masham's studio in the first place. And why was that? Forgery, Your Honor. Go back 7 years. Drew Masham accepts his first job creating forged evidence. I've seen that before. A page from a diary, wasn't it? Magnifique Grammarie's diary. An attorney, Phoenix Wright, lost his badge, yes. This was the evidence he presented to his loss. This evidence is a fake, yes. But did Mr. Wright request a forgery be made? That was never proven. The defense attorney on the case was Phoenix Wright. Who, other than him, drunk with the prospect of victory, could have done it? And why would they? Just out of curiosity. Do you remember this letter? This is the first page. And this is the second. Those were presented in court yesterday. This letter was sent to Drew Masham by the client who requested that forgery. The enclosed stamp was none other than the poison commemorative stamp. Drew Masham drew his last breath just the other day. However, the motive for his murder was already 7 years old. 7 years old. The client who requested this forgery was very cautious. He tried to erase everything and anyone with connections to the forgery to keep them from talking. But he made a mistake. The stamp was a picture of my favorite magicians, so I kept it. Father took me when I was very young. It was a great magic show. I loved it very much. The killer's time bomb was delayed. The poison stamp was sealed within a glass frame, where it sat for 7 whole years. A forehead. Do you understand what you're telling us? The one who schemed the forged diary page was the one who poisoned the stamp, and it was Phoenix Wright who presented the forged evidence 7 years ago. Adding the two statements together, the one who schemed to kill Drew Masham was none other than Phoenix Wright. Sorry, but that's not how this is going to go down. Oh. Then how will it go down? I checked through the records of that case when I found this 7 years ago, just before the trial began. Oh, truth. Oh boy. Here.
What's this? I don't know. I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. And one more thing. I'm sorry to have sprung this on you so suddenly. I received the files from your previous attorney only yesterday. I understand I am asking the impossible of you. Yes, well, you haven't really told me what happened yet. All we did was play cards. And that was enough. Phoenix Wright was put on the case that day before the trial started. He didn't have time to request a forgery. The day before? Yeah, Gavin, and it was all your fucking fault. Now, here's a question. Just who was Shady Enigma's previous defense attorney? No, I'll be... But it's not true. There was another man, a defense attorney with a badge on his collar. It was you, Christopher Gavin. Order, order. What is the meaning of this, witness? I mean, defendant? Former lawyer? Let me begin by denying this. It's easy enough to look up, Mr. Gavin. And impossible to prove you can't. Attorneys are registered with the court the day before the trial begins. In other words, no record remains in the court. How exactly do you intend to prove Phoenix Wright's claim? That would be difficult. I'm afraid the line of inquiry won't yield. Air forehead. Are you sure you don't have evidence? What's wrong with Prosecutor Gavin? He looks clammy. Evidence? Evidence that shows this man, Christoph Gavin, requested that forgery 7 years ago. Calavir. Just prove it. To clear up these doubts now, or I swear I'm off this case. He must have thought of some evidence, Apollo. Prosecutor Gavin looks like he's in physical pain and darkness. I have to pull that darkness out of him and prove and proof is the only way I can. What proves Christoph Gavin's link to Drew Masham? Well, Mr. Justice, you claim Christoph Gavin requested a forgery of Drew Masham 7 years ago. Prove it. It can be proven. Simply ridiculous. Why even discuss it? This evidence does not. Are you telling the truth, Apollo Justice? I am. Then I say we give him the benefit of the doubt. Very well. If you're wrong about this, prepare for a penalty. Your Honor, you do the defense an injustice. Mr. Justice is clearly passionate about his claim. Should the penalty not match his passions? I haven't given a penalty like that in a long time. Well, Mr. Justice. Fine, Your Honor. All I have to do is prove some kind of link. Something that ties Christoph Gavin to Drew Masham. And I have something that clearly does the job. Very well. Mr. Justice, present your evidence. Show us the link between the witness and Drew Masham. It's a good question. The link between the witness and Drew Masham. This? There's an address on here. And a name I've never heard of. At least, I think so. It's too blurry to read. I see.
Can I read it again, though? Or is that not a thing that I can do? No, okay. It's this, isn't it? The link between them. This evidence proves their link. That scrap of paper. I'm afraid I can't let you submit that. Is there some problem? There is. How could you possibly have that? You couldn't. Hey, that's Daddy's handwriting. Mr. Wright's handwriting? What is the meaning of this? Ah, I see now. Yes, of course. What do you mean, yes, of course? I just remembered I had a visitor yesterday. Phoenix Wright came to my cell, except I wasn't there. Phoenix Wright? When I returned, I saw he had something of mine in his possession. Of course, I had no intention of letting him get away with reading my private mail. Mail, you mean? This letter was in your cell? No. However, it appears Mr. Wright has yet to be cured of his bad forging habit. Well, if it's a forgery, it's not a very good one. The handwriting's terrible. This is Mr. Wright's reproduction of what was written in the real letter. Reproduction? When Mr. Wright visited Christoph Gavin's cell, he brought with him a small video camera. Of what? He recorded his entire conversation with Mr. Gavin and the contents of your personal mail. Regardless, this mockery of a piece of evidence will never be accepted by the court. Evidence based on a video a man with no authority whatsoever claims he took. A man who happens to be an ex-attorney suspected of forgery. Prosecutor Gavin. Prosecutor Gavin. And as embarrassing as this is for me to say, I'm afraid my brother is incapable of making rational judgments at the moment. Your Honor, your decision, please. The defense's claim is denied. What? Only actual evidence is permitted in a court of law. Please remove the defense's evidence from the record. Better luck next time, Justice. Well, we've certainly taken a detour from our cross-examination, but the defense appears to be lacking proof. I'm forced to end the cross-examination of Christoph Gavin at this point. Apollo, do something! I'm thinking, but without evidence. I don't have anything I can use on him. Very well, this ends the special witness's cross-examination. Show's over, yet the crowd screams for more. Only now do I understand why. Prosecutor Gavin. Frankly, I'm relieved. This has been bothering me for 7 whole years, and I'm tired of the whole youthful angst scene. Now's our chance. Let's clean out the family closet, eh, Christoph? Calavir, you're spinning out of control. Calm yourself before you say something you'll regret. Spinning out of whose control? Mine or yours? Take a moment to consider everything you've built. Your reputation as a prosecutor, your fame with the masses. You could lose it all, Calavir. Apollo, did you see that? He's trying to press Prosecutor Gavin. Prosecutor Gavin, try to remember what's really important to you. You amuse me, Air Forehead. I couldn't forget what's really important to me, even if I tried. In fact, I haven't, not even once. 7 years ago. Finally. You just couldn't resist, could you, Air Right? Resist what? Presenting solid evidence. Might I request one put the current cross-examination on hold? The prosecution would like to call a new witness. State your name and occupation for the record. I'm familiar with the trial. I've watched the video several times. Didn't you find anything unnatural about it? Unnatural? Well, you did seem unusually well prepared. I mean, Mr. Wright had only just presented his evidence, and the next moment you call in Drew Masham, it was almost as if what? You were expecting it, and you knew, and someone told you. Funny. Didn't even occur to me to wonder. It didn't occur to you, but it occurred to me. Now that I do, I see there's only one possible explanation. Almost as if, from the very beginning, you knew Mr. Wright was going to present that evidence. Correct. I knew that if I applied the usual pressure, Phoenix Wright would eventually come up with that forged diamond page. Don't do this, Calavia. I knew because you told me, Christoph. What? It was the night before the trial. Calavia. Christoph, odd seeing you in the prosecutor's office the day before the trial. I won't be appearing in the trial, actually. Huh? Why not? I won't be facing off with you on your first trial, apparently. But in exchange, I brought information. Information? The attorney who'll be there in my place tomorrow is not to be trusted. Don't even give him the benefit of your respect. Listen, I want you to call in a special witness. Then, I wondered about it at the time. How did Christoph know so much? Prosecutor Gavin. Christoph, we were supposed to face each other in that trial. A fair fight, brother to brother. I deserved that much. You let me borrow the victim's belongings. You showed me all your research on the case. The victim's belongings? Which means that included Magnifie's diary, wouldn't it? Mr. Gavin? My, Calavia. You disappoint me. You find trees, yet miss the forest. You're the one missing the forest, Mr. Gavin. You can't sweep this under the rug, not anymore. Tell me what was going on behind that trial. Why not? I've achieved what I came here to do. I see no harm in a little reminiscing. Apollo? I think you're finally going to shine a light on the black belly of this thing, Trucy. We've done everything we could. I hope it's enough. 7 years ago, the day before the trial, I visited the detention center at the request of my client, Zach Gramarye. 2 cards. 1 card. Showdown time. Enough. You lose, Gavin. Thanks for the work. Now go. To be honest, I don't know what his reasons were to this day. As far as I could tell, he dismissed me as his representation because I lost a game of poker. I can come to no other conclusion. Daddy used to say something. If you want to know a man, you have to compete.
Zach wasn't watching the points or the cards. He was watching the man behind the cards, Christoph Gavin. I couldn't believe it. Phoenix Wright. A second-rate attorney who relies on luck and bluffs. He dismissed me and went with that pitiful excuse for a man. He deserved to die for that error alone. Oh my, a first-rate narcissist? Hold it. So, the one who requested that forgery was... Oh, I'm not admitting anything. My point is, these two men shamed me, and I could not forgive that. Phoenix Wright and Zach Gramarye both deserved what they got. So you asked Mr. Misham to forge that evidence, so you could win. But then, when you were dismissed as Zach Gramarye's attorney, you used your forged evidence as a trap. You fed me information about the forgery you made. Then you gave your dirty evidence to him. You're free to imagine what you will. My point is that all I had imagined came to pass. Everything went perfectly. Incredible. If I wasn't laughing, I'd weep. Prosecutor Gavin. Perfectly? You're mad, Christoph. Stop fooling yourself. What are you talking about, Calavera? Tell me, how did that trial end? Cancelled when the defendant vanished. Ah, I get it. So, Christoph, you've been lying in fear for 7 years. You've been living in fear for 7 years. What? You were afraid your forgery would be revealed and your reputation trashed. You couldn't leave things to chance, so you watched everyone involved with the case for 7 years. You know, he always felt like he was being watched. That's what he said every day for 7 years. But I felt it too. Journalists sure he's being watched. End quote. You wonder why Zach Gramarye got rubbed out after 7 years? Oh, you meant killed right after coming out into contact with me? Oh, wait, just a minute. Zach Gramarye was seen by this reporter. How is that possible? Was he alive after being gone for 7 years? Finally. I knew this moment was coming. I just didn't think we'd get here so fast. Zach Gramarye, gone, missing for 7 years, Trucy's father. What's wrong, Apollo? Go get him. Right. Leave it to me. Allow me to refresh the course memory. 6 months ago, Christoph Gavin was charged with murdering a mysterious traveller. I remember him quite well. Shady Smith, was it? Poisoned in a Chinese restaurant. Tragic. The details don't really matter right now. What matters is that the traveller was Zach Gramarye. What is it, Apollo? Huh? Keep going. We'll talk about it later. Did she already know? Someone please explain this? Mr. Justice, can you explain this? It all started 7 years ago. The great magician, Magnifique Gramarye's death started it. Magnifique Gramarye's death and his student, Zach Gramarye, the suspect, whoever defended Zach in court, successfully would be famous beyond belief. Thinking that, Christoph Gavin did the unthinkable. He forged evidence. Drew Misham. Actually, it was his daughter, Vera, who did the work. You took precautions when you had that forgery made, didn't you, Mr. Gavin? Precautions. To keep people from talking, of course. These two know too much. Leave them alive, and there'll be nothing but trouble. That's when you planned your poisoning of the forgers. Atroquinine applied to a commemorative stand. But luck was on Mr. Masham's side. The bomb didn't go off. His daughter, she saved him by taking the stand by sea. But that wasn't the only bomb he set up. The Aridoni nail polish, of course. You noticed something when you requested that forgery. When Vera Masham is nervous, she has a bad habit. A tendency to bite her nails. That nail polish was her good luck charm. So she's been slowly poisoning herself for years. My poor girl. She was almost kidnapped once. Since then she's been, well, you can see for yourself. She refuses to leave the house. Oh. The person gave me a good luck charm for when I absolutely need to go outside. So that then you would wear it if you were ever called into court. Fucking evil. To protect me. It protects me. Yes, apparently she received something. A gift? She won't tell me what it is. It was from the client, the one who wanted that note made. It was his insurance. Insurance? As long as she lived quietly at home, there was no danger to her. But what if she had to go outside? If she ran into any trouble, she'd become nervous. And the nail polish would do the rest. His time bombs sat there for 7 years. And then they went off simultaneously. If you're finished, may I return to my cell now? I'm not accustomed to standing for such long periods of time. Mr. Gavin, have you heard a single thing we've said? Oh, I listened quite closely to your little tale. Quite an entertaining piece of fiction. What? Calavia, surely you understand. Back to the evidence. The lacking evidence. Nothing proves a link between him and the actual quinine that took Drew Masham's life. What about the restaurant? You killed Zachary. You keep him from to keep him from talking. I killed no man of that name. Read over the report again if you'd like. The victim was a traveller by the name of Shady Smith, about whom we know little else. You can't seriously think I knew who he was, that ridiculous fugitive. Okay, then why did you kill him? I plead my right to remain silent. Remember, this court did not convene to put me on trial. The defendant's name is Vera Masham, suspected in the murder of her father. My trial has been finished for 6 months now. I'm afraid we have strayed considerably from our purpose here. This court concurs with the witness. It is defendant Vera Masham who was on trial here. No, but you were doing so well, Apollo. As long as there is no evidence to support the accusation against him, this court of inquiry cannot find Vera Masham innocent. Your Honor, Phoenix Wright spent 7 years collecting this evidence. You still don't get it, do you? Let us assume there was poison in the nail polish. Who then is responsible for causing Vera Masham to bite her nails? What? It wasn't me, I know that much.
The one who brought the poison to her lips was you. That's different, though. I didn't kill her because of that. Evidence is everything. There is nothing more. I believe this discussion has reached its conclusion. Your Honor, Mr. Justice, you have performed admirably well for a novice attorney. I respect your partner, Phoenix Wright's determination as well. However, without direct proof, you have nothing. Isn't that right, Calavir? Unfortunately. Yes, Christoph, you're right. That is, you would have been right until now. What? Did the news not reach your desk in solitary? The eyes of the nation are on this courtroom today. This is the trial case for a new judicial system. That's right. I'd totally forgotten. The jurist system. Jurists, you say? The current judicial system has been deemed too closed off from society. And the new system attempts to inject the wisdom of the common citizens into the law. Common citizens? Wisdom? Is this some kind of joke? What could we possibly gain by doing this? Entrusting our judicial system to a mindless, emotionless mob of irrational mouth breathers. Common citizens have something called common sense. Common sense is not restricted by the law. Nonsense? This is... there is only room for two in this court. Me and the law. Keep the riffraff out, I say. They're not in the court, actually. They're watching everything by video camera. How can you allow this? Incidentally, the one responsible for making this happen was Phoenix Wright. Phoenix Wright! So, everything was leading to this. Of course. Right. Fucking God. What a great breakdown. I won't accept. I can't accept. This is no court. Law. The law is everything. Law is absolute. You let ignorant swines soil your courts. Christoph, it's over. Calavir. The law is absolute. You can't be serious. What? Odd. I thought you spent your life looking for loopholes. The law isn't absolute. It's filled with contradictions. The law is the end product of many years of history, the fruit of human knowledge. Like a gem, polished to gleam through trials and errors. It is this fruit we perceive and pass on, and face in our time. And it is always changing, growing, nurturing. It is our task as human beings. Except for you, Christoph. You aren't changing. You've stopped. You're not needed anymore. I couldn't think of anything to say. Maybe because I still haven't seen everything enough. But someday, I'll know what law is. But I'll fight to change it if I have to. see no need to further prolong this trial. This began as the trial of Vera Masham, accused of murdering her father. The painter, Drew Masham, however, several other incidents were reviewed, and we seem to have reached a conclusion. Before this court declares a verdict, I await your decision. Jurists of the court, for the death of Drew Masham, how do we find defendant Vera Masham innocent or guilty? I turn to you now to consider this matter. Okay. Okay. Since the trial for this case, only the verdict remains to be decided. Defendant Vera Masham is currently in intensive care. If a decision cannot be reached today, it may never be reached. The factors involved are simple. Did the defendant poison her father that night? If so, she is guilty. Or was there another reason for Mr. Masham's death? Did another person poison him? If so, she is innocent. A panel has been provided for each of you to input your decision. That is all. Please wait. Yes, jurist number 6? There's something in the jurist handbook here. Persons involved with the case may not be jurists. That is correct. I've looked into all your dossiers. None of you were involved in the development of the case. With the development of the case, I say, does that answer your concern? It's time for your verdicts. Make your decision in the case against Vera Masham. After 7 years, truth is ready to be heard. Judge wisely. Judge well. Oh, I see. Am I meant to do something? Yes. E to confirm. Oh, that makes sense. All has been revealed. And so a verdict was reached at October 9. On October 9th, 2:14 p.m. First verdict under the jurist system. Innocent by unanimous decision. The record would show that when the verdict was announced, special witness Christoph Gavin laughed. A laugh louder than any ever heard before or since. Really? I've heard a lot of people laugh during their breakdowns. And we're sure this was... Sure, why not? A laugh that echoed in the halls of justice, lingering for what seemed like hours. October 10, 8:30 a.m, the morning after the trial, in intensive care ward, a true miracle occurred. Vera Masham opened her eyes. Vera, I'm so glad. Don't cry, Apollo. I'm happy too, and proud you did well, Apollo. When I thought about what if Vera... Hey, now don't you start crying too. I'm sorry you had to see us like this. Vera? Thank you so much, Apollo. Thank you. No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have pressed you like that. If I hadn't, you never would have bitten your nails. No, I was wrong. Staying locked
inside like that, clinging to my good luck charm. Vera, when I opened my eyes and saw you, I finally understood. It's important to be part of the world, to see things with your own eyes. It's like that poison had some effect after all. It killed off whatever was holding Vera back from life. I knew you'd pull it off. You'd pull through, Vera. I mean, that's what Apollo was fighting for the whole time. Your future. I won't forget it. Here, let me thank you. No, really, it's okay. Aww. Oh, look, it's me! I love it, thanks. It's me. She really captured your essence, Apollo. Well, I think so at least. That reminds me. Do you know where the other lawyer is? The other lawyer? Oh, you mean Daddy? Except he's not a lawyer anymore. It's my fault, isn't it? I'm sorry. Oh, no. That's not what I meant. No, it's okay. I'm through looking away from things I've done. I hope I can look him in the eyes again someday and apologize. I'm sure he'd be happy to hear that. He brought all those things for me when he came to visit earlier. You mean the stack of videos? Mr. Bright finished watching them all? You know, I knew my real daddy was alive. Huh? I was there 7 years ago, remember? I was the one who helped him vanish from the courtroom. You did what? How? I'm not telling. He promised me that day he went away. We may not meet again for some time, Trucy, but know this. I will be watching, and one day I shall return. You're the next Gamma after all. Oh, Trucy. In the end, he couldn't keep that promise, could he? It's okay. Phoenix is my daddy now, even if he can't really play the piano. That he can't. Oh, and I've got you too, even if your voice is kind of loud sometimes. God, I made your list. Hey, come to think of it, where is Daddy? The one who can't play? Do you know, Apollo? I think he said he had to meet someone. I wonder. Maybe it's a new mommy. Oh, Trucy. Yes, Vera. I was wondering, could you show him to me once more? Sir Hat, was it? Oh, he's not been knighted yet. Here goes. Do as an impersonation, Mr. Hat. Objection. Not loud enough. And I like Miss Magic Underwear better anyway. That's Magic Panties, Apollo. So, your memory's returned. It's alright. Was this all a part of your plan, too? I don't know what you're talking about. When I lost my memory, I was reborn as Lemmy Roar. But you knew my true identity, did you not? That is, why you chose me as one of your jurists. Ha! You're thinking too much into it. Besides, there was no guarantee that regaining your memory would make you happy. Of course, it is a happy thing. For so long, I thought I was alone. But now I know I have children. 2 dear children. I'm so proud of them. This too, I think, is thanks to you. Are you going to tell them? They do not know. Nope. They don't know their mother. They don't even know their siblings.
I will go to them when the time is right. Until then, don't worry. I'll take care of them both for you. They're very important to me too. Oh man. A little annoying at times, but still. I have to keep an eye on her at least. Because I'm the only one who knows how she really feels on the inside. Your bracelet. Yes. I've seen a lot of mysterious things these past 7 years. But your bracelets were the strangest of all. Wow, front on Apollo, I never thought I'd see the day. I remember meeting him half a year ago now in Christoph Gavin's office. And when I met you, two fates destined to intertwine, I was there when they crossed. I'll never forget that. Such a small thing, that bullet, yet it tore who I was away. "10 years ago, during a simple rehearsal. It was a miracle no one died. But I didn't survive that accident. That's why I left the troupe, my family. Now, my memory has returned. I am myself once more. For the first time. I am glad to be alive, Mr. Wright. Speaking of miracles, Vera Masham regained consciousness this morning. I can only hope she's as glad as you are. It is a strange thing, fate. Sometimes a life is taken, sometimes a life is spared. You know what I've been thinking? People don't die that easily, really. As long as they've got something worth living for. And that's pretty much the end of my story, for now anyway. And I've still got a long way to go, and this power of mine, well, it needs work. But there's hope for now. Yeah, hope. Or whatever. Keep being a lawyer for a while. Training time, gotta go. Cords of steel, here comes justice. One last here comes justice for the road. I'm glad you're staying with the agency, Apollo. It's like I found my long-lost big little brother. Oh, and don't you worry about Troop Marie. Trucy's on the case. Now that I have this, thanks to Daddy. Trucy Grammary. Frankly, I got my doubts, but had a Grammary. Now that'll pack him in. Oh, cute. Oh, I'm so happy. It's not every day you get a trial that rocks harder than one of your gigs, yeah? That's why it's over. The Gaviniers are breaking up. The news caused a run on tissues of supermarkets nationwide. You're the real stars now. I look forward to our next jam session. Oh. Thank you, Kazi and Miri, for the great character designs. The great designs. That was great. Oh. Well, it's finally over. You know, thinking about it, I've been a piano player longer than I've been a lawyer. Now that everything's sorted, I've got my hands on maybe take some lessons. Or maybe I'll take the bar exam again. Maybe. Oh, look at them all! My babies! My babies, all of them! They're all babies to me, and I kiss them on the forehead. So, I was standing around eating snackoos the other day when I got this crazy idea. What if there was a golden and... Although the preservatives might not be 100% safe. I missed one of these sentences, but that's hilarious, Emma. I love you, Emma. Oh, Emma. Oh. In unlikely news, you are wanting Russian feast? You come here. The only thing colder than the restaurant, yeah, is the borscht. God, she's so hot. Then come to the hideout and you can know what you ask for. She's so hot, look at that. I love me a girl in uniform. Toshihiko Honda. Nishiyama. Shimizu. Hashimoto. Nishimura. Thanks, you guys. So, Kitaki Pastries is getting back to the Eastern roots spread in the culture. Yo, boss, culture time. This is how we write root, capiche? But we're still about giving back. PR time. Ah, and this is how we write people, right? Not that Rocky's paying any attention. Ooh, kids. That's so cute. Chinese characters. Huh. And I guess I were Chinese. Made an OG cracker for real? You're doing your own baking? Oh, Walkie. Hell yeah, Walkie. You deserve that. I don't know what you're all talking about food coming here. You ask me, the only one food with noodles is noodles forever. I've got a new one too, see? Big chunk of salt in the bowl. That's so much salt. The animation was really good, guys. I'm so glad you all of you. Wonderful jobs. Wonderful jobs, everyone. I'm gonna be unconventional aberration, really. Wesley's sticky hands, really. But no longer. I have a new name. One that reflects my true academic nature. Wesley Sicko. Reporting. Yes, curiosity is a sickness and I am the cure. I'm sure you are, mate. Translations. Thanks, Alexander O. Smith and Nanika. So much localization. Oh, the localization team. Absolute Quality Europe Limited. Yoji Yamamoto. That's all I could read from those names. I don't know how to thank you. That has returned to my life, and with it, joy. I may have lost years, but I have gained a treasure. 2 treasures, in fact. I will think of them when I write my next song. Oh. Oh, everyone's gonna be happy forever and ever and ever. Rochelle? Back in the... Oh! You're doing an interview with... How do you feel about how things turned out? No scoop yet, but journal's confidence in mint condition, end quote. Oh. I've decided to keep painting, originals only, of course. I suppose I have to see the bit of the world outside to find a paint. But I know that there are good people out there now. The door is open. The world is waiting. Thank you. two attacking me. Oh, look at them. It's Mr. Hat too. Oh, no, go. Siblings. Oh, look at it. Oh. No, I'm not continuing it. Oh, I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Ah, this is the museum section, huh? Cute. Anyway. We get to start Dual Destinies next week. Oh, I'm so excited. Wow, anime. I'm excited. I'm so excited. Oh, you guys know that I'm so excited. This game makes me so happy. This game makes me so unbelievably happy. Like, I have so much fun whenever I play this, so much. I love it so, so much. It makes me so happy. Oh. I'm so glad. And that did not take nearly as long as I thought it might take. Only like 7 hours. That's how long some other... Not nearly as long as my 10 hours, but you know, I guess that was a whole case instead. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. This is all so wonderful. Oh. I had so much fun with that. That was great, and I can't wait to finish both the other games, and then we can do a tier list. Oh, it's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. But for now, that is the end. That is the end of our wonderful, wonderful stream for today. I have a character's birthday to celebrate, Shinji, my baby, my beloved, which you will get to meet and find out about all on my birthday stream in the next 2 weeks. It is Monday the 20th of October at the same time, same place. It's basically just my Monday stream. So whatever time my next stream is, it'll be the same for not next week but the week after. Bruchelle, the new SD husbander, if you say so, Pug. That's your opinion. So, I release Utao covers every Friday. My new one released today on my channel. It's Mesmerizer with Gekiyaku and Yukano Ruko. I have my own personal voice bank, which you can also find on both on those covers as well as in my card. More information there. If you would like to join Discord, you can definitely. We hang out there and talk about my things and other things. That's also where you get updates about things like if I've commissioned certain things. And also stream notifications there. I upload the VODs on Wednesdays and weekends, so those are going smoothly. I believe they're about a month or so behind. But yes, so next Monday we will be starting Dual Destinies. It's so exciting. It does look like it's a bit longer. It's got 5 and then the special one. So that one will be a bit longer than some of my other playthroughs, but we will be doing that. Anyway, Thank you everyone for stopping by and hanging out. I had so much fun today. I had a lot of fun. Who do you want to hang out with? Who do you want to hang out with? Because This is a predicament, is it not? Is it not? Having to pick someone, that's always a predicament. Because it's like, I either go with someone I already know, or I try and see if we can hang out with someone new who seems just as fun. Who seems like they'd be cool to hang out with, because most people that I know are not streaming right now. God, everyone's got such good character designs. Love it, love it, love you all. Kisses to every VTuber I ever come across ever. Kisses to all of you. You're all pretty. You're all gorgeous. You know what, sure, let's just do that one. So I don't have to really think about anything. Because thinking about it is the hard bit, you know? It's the thinking, the choosing, why would I do that? So, I stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 9 o'clock Australian Central Standard Time. And I believe... Yes, I will be streaming all week next week. I don't have anything coming up that needs my attention. So next week we will be starting to do Destinies, and then the week after that is my birthday, so you have to hang out with me. It's the law. Anyway, thank you to everyone who hung out with me. I had a lot of fun. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. This game makes me so happy. But anyway, bye bye. I hope you all have a great day.